Fell Forward as a brand, the clothes are insane. Like, they're very, very nice clothes. Like, what I've been wearing today, I could wear all my life. You know, I could wear to training, I could wear to like, I'm going out, wear for a meal.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to United View. Hope everyone is doing very well. Welcome back to Match View Live. It is Manchester United versus AFC Bournemouth at Old Trafford. It's a 2 p.m. kickoff. Team news is out in around 45 minutes' time. We didn't have many leaks, did we? We didn't have many leaks on Thursday for the Carabao Cup defeat against Spurs. We wonder if that will happen again today. Already, though, possibly we have some absolutely massive news when it comes to who's involved in the squad. We'll talk about that in just a second. Be sure to smash a like on the like button. Be sure to subscribe, bottom right hand corner. Let's get all of the initial stuff out of the way first. Let's get to 100 likes. If you haven't already, click the like button. Already people are filing in. As you can see in there in the top right hand corner, we are over 185,000, which means there is just 15k away from 200. So if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. And as always, this match view is brought to you by Fell Forward. You saw it right there with KG's favourite Nigerian, that being Alex Iwobi. You can see it right there on the right-hand side of the screen on the sidebar. You can see it right here beneath me. You can see it right here with the hoodie that I'm wearing. Yes, you can go to the Fell Forward website if you just scan the QR code, or you click the link in the video description, or you click the pinned comment in the chat. And I know it might be a little bit too soon now for Christmas, but hey, you might get some nice spending money in the holidays. Or you might go, you know what? I'm thinking for New Year's now. I'm thinking for New Year's. You might be going out. You might be having people around. You might go, I tell you what, I want to dress up a little bit. I want to just, I want to have something. I want to have something new, something a little bit fresh. Well, you can go to Fell Forward. You can find tracksuits, you can find hoodies, you can find t-shirts, you can find hats, you can find anything you can possibly think of. And you can also, whilst you're there, use the code UnitedViewFF. That's right, UnitedViewFF for Fell Forward. And you can get 20% off your next purchase. So shout out to Fell Forward. And as per usual, when it comes to the match view, if we win today, which is not a given it's Manchester United. If Manchester United win, then you can also win too. You can win a Manchester United shirt courtesy of Oxford Natural by Gowan Life. It could be a home shirt, it could be the third kit, it could be the away kit. All you have to do, if Manchester United wins, is use the hashtag MOTM plus the man of the match. Us at the end of the stream, not right now, at the end of the stream. And you can possibly win a hoodie. And of course, you can check the link in the video description below as well. To get Optimized, you can get your subscription of Optimum. Use the code UV and subscribe. Save up to 70% off. Yes, 70% off. New year, new you. Hey, it's never too late. It's never too late. That's what they say, indeed. How is everybody doing, though, in the chat? Are we all doing well? I hope we are, as we're, 3 days away from Christmas now. The games don't stop, though. They continue to come thick and fast. Just like our first super chat of the day from Joe Fleming, says, if Fulham and Tottenham don't win and we beat Bournemouth, we climb 5 places in the table to 8th, which is pretty decent from where Amorim took over. Yeah, it's a very tight, compact, sort of mid-table position, isn't it? We spoke about this in the preview, Flex and myself, saying that, you got the top sort of 4. I wasn't even going to say 5 now because sort of City, they're going into that sort of mid-table fodder, aren't they, with another defeat yesterday. But it's one of those ones, isn't it? If you can just get a couple of wins, then you can shoot up the table, which maybe in retrospect, maybe is why it won't be a bad thing. We went out of the Carabao Cup, less matches, more time to focus. I'm trying to look on the bright side of life when it comes to all of that. We're 10 likes away from 100 already. It's going to be a big stream. It's going to be a big show. And we've already got big news already regarding the team and regarding the squad. Now, obviously, we're quite used to, in recent weeks, we're quite used to leaks, aren't we? We're quite used to finding out basically who's going to be playing for Manchester United way before. I mean, this time last week, we already knew who was playing in the Manchester derby because we found out on Saturday, so courtesy of Samuel Luckhurst on his Facebook page. In more other times, we've seen team news come out, 3 hours, 4 hours, something like that. But it looks like we got some big news when it comes to the squad today. Now, it seems that Matthijs de Ligt is not in the squad once more. Of course, he was ill on Thursday and he wasn't in the squad to face Spurs. And it was said at the time that he was ill. That was the reason why he wasn't included. The suggestion is that there's been no sign of him arriving with the Manchester United squad today at Old Trafford to face Bournemouth. But interestingly, we asked the question in the match preview. And of course, it's always the way, isn't it? Whenever you bring up his name, you get people go, I thought you didn't want to talk about him. Or, yet another title going on about him. It's the same as it was with Erik ten Hag towards the end of his tenure. When someone wasn't performing and was on the way out, people talk about them, and then that turns into, why are you talking about them? I can't believe you're talking about them. Fleck said he thought he would be in the squad. I said I didn't think he was going to be in the squad. It looks like once more Marcus Rashford is not in the Manchester United squad today. Now, we know, of course, he wasn't in the squad to face Manchester City last weekend. That was due to selection, due to attitude, discipline, standards, whatever you want to call it. He was available to play, but he wasn't selected, along with Alejandro Garnacho. On Thursday, we saw Garnacho come back into the matchday squad. He came on as for a cameo, didn't play very well, but Rashford, once more, was not included in the matchday squad. Some had wondered if this was about illness. He had been ill in the week, and some had thought, well, if he's not going to be involved, it's because he's going to probably be said that he was ill. But it was confirmed by Ruben Amorim once more that it was because of selection. And it was the same reason as on Sunday that he wasn't included in the matchday squad. And it would appear once more today that Marcus Rashford, for the third consecutive game, has not been selected in the matchday squad. And I think that we'll wait to see once more what the rationale or explanation is. I would think that if he was available on Thursday, unless the illness has got worse or anything like that, I think it would be the same reason. It would be selection again. And it was MUFC MPB were the first people to go with it. It's not been officially confirmed, shall we say. There has been stuff from Rich Fay of the Manchester Evening News. I've seen Samuel Lucas who said the same thing, that people have sort of looked at the people that have arrived at Old Trafford today and not spotted Rashford, to suggest that, again, he's not there once more. So we'll wait to see what Ruben Amorim says, and if he does confirm indeed it's the same reasons as previously, which was based on just selection purposes. I mean, if there was any doubt in your mind, I think, about what Marcus Rashford's future was, or if there was any future for Rashford at Manchester United, I mean, it's gone, isn't it? I mean, it's over, it's done. He's been left out now, not once, not twice, but 3 times seemingly, of the matchday squad. We're not talking about being on the bench. We're not talking about, he's struggling to get into the first team here. He's struggling to get into the matchday squad. And, you can cry, well, what does this mean? Or why are you focusing on it? It's a massive, massive, massive story. How can it not be a massive story? You've got, the second highest, third highest paid player at Manchester United, in his prime, one of sort of the faces of the team over the last several years, not being included, not being selected, not just for the team, but for the matchday squad in 3 consecutive games, big games as well. The Manchester Derby, one of the biggest games of the season, an away trip to a top 6 rival in the Carabao Cup, not selected in that one, and now in a Premier League game against a team that's currently, in 6th place. And Manchester United absolutely need to win, because we need to be picking up points in the Premier League. So it says to me that, to be honest, it reminds me of Jadon Sancho at the beginning of this season, to be honest with you. When it was like Sancho did feature in pre-season, he even came on in the Community Shield, didn't he? Of course, missed the penalty. And then it got to the matchday squads for, I think it was Fulham, Brighton, and it was just like, he's not involved. And then you just realised, well, he's on his way out. Everyone now, I think, is going to be looking for a solution, and that solution is that Marcus Rashford leaves. Once more, though, it's the same, I guess, conundrum and problems that we would have discussed previously, which is January is a difficult window for a deal like this to be done, to get value, the value that you're looking for. Obviously, the value's not as high as it was a couple of years ago. We've heard couple of weeks ago, didn't we, from Florian Plettenberg and the like, that it was £40 million Manchester United were willing to accept, which I suppose it could be viable in January, depending on what happens. I lean more to maybe there might be like a loan they're working on. Because, of course, if you can get Marcus Rashford out on loan and they can subsidise at least the majority of his wages, then there is wiggle room that United can do. with that, and there's at least wiggle room there. United can go, right, well, we could maybe then go get a loan, or maybe we could then go find another player and we can figure something out. Of course, maybe that loan could be a loan with an obligation to buy too. I mean, there had been those reports and rumours. I think one was from The Athletic talking about Rio Ferdinand, this Middle Eastern power broker, apparently, trying to sort of put people in Saudi onto the case to see if they could possibly be interested in doing a Rashford deal, because of course, and a lot of people have used the Saudi Pro League in the last couple of years as sort of a way out for players that are on big wages. The thing is, of course, if he does go to Saudi, United won't be able to, I think, hope for a massive transfer fee because apart from a couple of occasions, they don't really do big transfer fees, do they? They obviously do big contracts, but occasionally they might do a big transfer fee if they think the player is worth it. I lean more towards possibly a loan, possibly an obligation to buy, to see if they could do something like that. But I think it's going to be difficult. By all accounts, in the summer, if an offer came in, United would have certainly looked at it, addressed it, maybe accepted it, and they just really didn't get all that much. So it makes me wonder, do the circumstances change a little bit if you've got both parties really pushing for it? Perhaps. And I suppose it's also a case of what Marcus Rashford wants to do. I mean, for me, look, when that interview came out of Henry Winter on Tuesday, was it Tuesday this week? Or whatever day it was, when that interview came out, I just didn't really see any way back after that. And not because he said anything particularly bad or heinous, and it wasn't like, the Ronaldo interview with Piers Morgan, where he sort of, slammed the club, the owners, and the manager, and all this kind of stuff. And you go, wow, there's no way he's going to be integrated back into the squad. And it's not like with the Sancho thing where he's put something out on social media and sort of suggested that he's been made a scapegoat and he's a liar and he's he's this, that, and the other. He came out and said that he feels like he needs a new challenge, and he was talking quite matter of fact in the sense of, when I leave, it will be a statement, and when I leave, this, that, and the other. And you go, well, no, then he's trying to get ahead of the story, isn't he? He's trying to get ahead of the story. He's trying to get ahead of things because it looks like Manchester United don't want him. I saw Jamie Jackson talking about this on, I think it was Stretford Paddock, shout out to them. And he sort of said, look, United did do the thing first because of Jamie Jackson was the one that wrote the article with The Guardian, sort of Rashford's been officially put up for sale. And then you get the response essentially with the Henry Winter thing. And it's kind of gone from there. So I think both parties want the same thing. That's why when we did the morning show, what day was it? It was a Thursday or Friday. I forget which one it was. And Flex asked me, did that really bother you? I think it was Friday. Did that really bother you about him doing the interview, what he said? No. I mean, it didn't. I didn't take any personal offense to it, because I just think, when you're in sort of the end game of anything, you get this sort of jockeying for position. No, I didn't jump, I was pushed. No, I wanted to leave, you didn't want me to leave, this, that, and the other. It's like she didn't break up with me, I broke up with her kind of scenario. And you go, well, what's the bottom line there? The bottom line is you're not together anymore. Who really cares about those finer details? What's the actual reality of it? And the reality of it is that Marcus Rashford's probably going to leave, isn't he? So whether it's they wanted him gone or he wanted gone, he wanted a new challenge. It's over, isn't it? It's over. I just don't know how feasible it is for it to be over for him in January, because that's notoriously difficult to do. But I think it's the best for all parties, honestly. I think it's the best for all parties. I think Manchester United could get better value and get better, effort and get better focus for someone else for the money that's being paid to him and could be reinvested into the team. I think Rashford have been saying it for, at least the last 18 months or so, that he needs to go somewhere else. He needs to do something different. He needs a fresh start. I think also as well, he needs to get rid of the people that are around him. I think the people that have advised him from a PR point of view over the last 18 months, because it's frankly, it's miraculous how often he makes a misstep in terms of interviews or responses on social media or whatever. And it's not to say he can't do it, but it's just, I go back to the Players Tribune article he did prior to the Manchester derby last season, and I just remember thinking, like, the timing of this and sort of the tone-deaf nature of some of the things that were being said in there, it kind of like, it just like he missed the point of some of the criticism of him, or he'd missed the point of, some of the critique of his play or all this kind of stuff. And it just, I remember reading that at the time, I think I did a morning show on it, going, it just didn't make a lot of sense to me. This whole, if you back me, great. If you doubt me, even better. And it's like, well, people are doubting you and you don't like it. Or, he was talking about his story of how he became a Manchester United player in the first place. And it's a great story. And of course, it's a story I'm sure that actually quite a few people in academies, not just Manchester United, but academies around the country and the world can share. It's not easy. As someone that's, tried to make it and didn't make it, I can sympathise of that thing of trying to get a couple of different buses or asking around to friends and family to get you to, to the training, and then getting setbacks and not coming from a lot and all that kind of stuff. It's a fantastic story, but that doesn't necessarily equate to, your current performance, does it? I mean, if you're not playing well for the last 18 months or however long it is, or people are questioning your commitment, and you go back to, well, when I was younger, it was very, very difficult. We didn't have a lot, and we came when we were traveling on a bus. You go, that's really commendable, but is that really related to what we're talking about right now? It's not. And I think sometimes fans just don't want to hear that. They just want to hear, they want to hear accountability. And particularly now with the modern footballer, you don't get it. You don't get a lot of accountability. You don't get a lot of that kind of stuff. Now, a lot of the stuff that's been said about him, for what he does in terms of, I went to the USA and he watched a basketball game. Who gives a shit? You got given time off. He can go and spend it however he likes, as long as it doesn't interfere with his training or his football. And that was the problem last year with the Belfast thing, right? Once it started to interfere with his training and his football, i.e. he didn't come into training the next day, then that's a problem. And then you're right to get criticised for that. And then, once again, if you then start getting into, well, he's an academy player and he's this, he's that, it's like, no. If anything, that's why you are held to a higher standard, because you're supposed to know. You're supposed to know. And we're supposed to see effort. We're supposed to see it. And that's the problem. So, for me, I mean, we said it in the preview. We asked the question, would he be involved? I think Flex said yes. I went with no, because I just think it's done. I just think it's over. Now, there might be a situation where come January, maybe something doesn't get done about it. And if it would be really fascinating to see what would happen if the January transfer window closed and he was still at United, then what happens, right? Then what do we do after that? Do you then try and do like a Sancho, try and reintegrate him in to the squad? I don't know. I think it's just very difficult when you do an interview after you've been dropped from one of the biggest games, if not the biggest game of the season in terms of the Manchester derby, and then say that you want a new challenge and you want to leave. Ruben Amorim kind of said it in his press conference. Well, I would rather he sort of came to the manager and said that, but it is what it is. So, yeah, I think it's done. How can it not be? 3 games out the squad for selection purposes. I don't really see many a way back. And, it's unfortunate because you never want to see, well, this is the other part of that thing I push back on with this kind of stuff, is that, honestly, again, the narrative about with academy player, you never want to sell academy players. I've mentioned multiple times, it's bullshit. Man United have sold academy players throughout their history. Of course, we're built on having academy players in the team, and we're built on having successful academy players have successful careers at Manchester United. But we've also not been afraid to sell academy players if they're no longer cutting the mustard, or if they become problematic, or if there's just better options elsewhere, whether that be Beckham, whether that be, pick whatever ones you want. Lee Sharp, for great player but problematic. Phil Neville, Tom Cleverley, Danny Welbeck. You can go on with players that Sir Alex sold in the past because they weren't up to it. And these are players that want things. These are players that Nicky Butt, bloody hell, class of '92 as well. played for a long time, great player, but then it was just like, nah, maybe he's not really sort of good enough anymore. Maybe he's just a bit different. So we've always sold academy players, and then you factor in now where you're essentially rewarded by PSR for selling academy players. You get to the position where you're at, and then you get the academy player like Rashford going and wants a new challenge. We've done it recently with Salem Academy players, sort of Langer, McTominay just this past summer, because that's again PSR, and people said they weren't good enough. Just because they come through the academy doesn't necessarily mean they will be good enough. And maybe it's a bit early for someone like a Garnacho, but in a couple of years' time, if he's not good enough, then I'm sure there'll be discussions about his future and other players too. It's always been the way. It's not. Again, that's not. It's just one of those weird sort of narratives, isn't it? That builds up that just isn't true. Someone mentioned there, Dean Henderson to Palace. Why? Because it was determined he wasn't good enough to cut the mustard at United, or we had better options. And it's how it works in football, isn't it? That's just indeed how it works. What I can say is we've got close to 1,600 people watching at the moment, which is fantastic. We're closing in on 300 likes. If you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. Once more, don't have any official team news. Official team news will be coming out in about 20-ish, 25 minutes time, around that period of time. So it'll be about 1:45. The team news will be coming out. A reminder, it's a 2 p.m. kickoff. Over here in the UK, it's not televised because they don't want people to watch football on the TV for some reason. Hopefully that ends. I don't know when the next media rights agreement is. Isn't it 2027 or something? Maybe. I forget, but oh god, it's just worse, isn't it? So it's not televised. So what we'll have to do is everyone will sync up with their timers for the match view. And again, it's a solo one, so fingers crossed. Yeah, fingers crossed, because the record's not great. I don't believe KG's back in the country either. So that we've got double judge. So it's not ideal. But what we do have when it comes to some squad news is that it would appear no Marcus Rashford with the Manchester United squad today, and also no Matthijs de Ligt. Of course, de Ligt missed out on Thursday against Spurs with illness. It would appear maybe he hasn't recovered in time. We'll wait and see for all the confirmation on that, but it would appear that once more Marcus Rashford has not been included in the squad along with de Ligt, and it looks like the rest of the squad is going to be the same as it was against Spurs on Thursday. This is quite an interesting quote here from Melissa Reddy on Marcus Rashford. I'm assuming this is in a piece she's done probably on camera to Sky. She said, quote, "Over the course of 2 managers now, there have been issues with Rashford not conducting himself well on the training pitch, and both managers have flagged it. The timing of that interview is particularly disappointing because it undermines the situation Ruben Amorim was trying to address. Amorim had to make a statement by dropping both Rashford and Garnacho, and the very next day they trained exceptionally well. Amorim likely saw this as a positive response, a good handling of the situation. But then Rashford calls in sick on Monday, misses training, and follows it up with an interview on Tuesday saying he's ready for a new challenge. Now, if this club means as much to him as he claims, if it's his everything, his heart, his soul, you'd expect him to prove that to this manager. You'd expect him to show, I'm here to fight for this is my life. Yet, instead, his actions suggest the opposite. What he's essentially done is say, no, I'm done with this, I want to move on. It's completely contradictory to the image he's trying to project." And I tell you what, actually, I think that's very well articulated there by Melissa Reddy. I don't think you can really disagree with too much she's saying there with, again, the situation, because we kind of said this, didn't we, after the news came out that he was dropped last weekend. Going to be interesting to see the response. It's going to be interesting to see how he reacts. And Ruben Amorim had actually been very positive and complimentary about Rashford, hadn't he? Saying, yep, selection, but they trained today. They trained well. There you go. And kind of was a one-game thing, as saw with Alejandro Garnacho getting back into the matchday squad. It's a one-game thing, and then we put it behind us and we go from there. And kind of what Melissa Reddy is pointing out there is true. It's the timeline of things afterwards. It does back Ruben Amorim and Manchester United somewhat into a corner, doesn't it? I mean, how can you include him into the matchday squad where you're trying to lay down a bit of a marker, And then what happens? He's sick on Monday. Okay, fine. And remember the protocol is you come in, you've got a high temperature, and they check your temperature. They send you home. Okay. And then the next day, you've got this prearranged trip to the primary school. And it's almost like I think the trip to the primary school part of it, I think, has to be left out of it because, like Flex mentioned the other day, it's kind of like that shouldn't be factored in, I don't think, when we're talking about the football kind of things, because that's when you kind of muddy the water and you're no longer talking about just performance or stuff on the pitch, are you? So, you put that part out of it. The next day, he does the interview. Those quotes come out, and again, just knowing how those things work, there is approval that goes on in terms of you do the interview, it gets typed up, or they draft it, send it to the people. You're happy with this, you're happy with that, blah, blah, blah. And they go, yeah, we're happy with that. Maybe change that. Oh, we didn't really mean that. Cut that bit out. And then it comes out, and we're in this situation where we're not really sure how sort of blindsided United were by it. And you could tell Ruben Amorim in his press conferences, whilst he's very smiley and he's very charismatic, and he fielded a lot of those questions about Rashford. He again, it puts him into a position, so doesn't pick him for the squad on Thursday. And now you kind of wonder, well, what's happened necessarily since then? Has he been training for the last couple of days? What's happened in those sort of preceding moments? Have there been conversations between Amorim and Rashford? Have there been conversations between Ineos and Rashford, right? Obviously, we know that Dan Ashworth is no longer at United, but do you get Jason Wilcox involved in it? Does Omar Barada get involved in those conversations? Again, is an exit being actively worked on too? I mean, there's still a lot of questions regarding all of this, but actions speak louder than words, and you do have to take you have to take a step back and realise that again, it's the beginning of the end. And I think that again, if Ruben Amorim, he's laid down a marker, and he's by dropping people, taking something out of the squad, he can't backtrack. He can't backtrack. And I do think, in fairness, he does have the support of the Manchester United hierarchy. I think he does, and it's just going to be really interesting to see what happens come January. And it's funny. I see words in the chat there say 25 minutes about Rashford, blah blah blah, or nobody cares, or all this kind of stuff. Guys, I know that maybe you might be tired of hearing about Marcus Rashford, but until the news story stops, I mean, how can you not? Let's get this right. Marcus Rashford, again, he's one of the highest paid, second highest paid player at the club. He's one of the faces of the club. And then he gets dropped from the squad for the third consecutive game. And what you want to not talk about that? It's madness. It's madness. And obviously, yeah, you're tired. Obviously, yeah, you don't want to talk about it. But we do this thing all the time. It's like I said, it was the same with Erik ten Hag towards the end of Erik ten Hag's tenure. Why are you talking about Ten Hag so much? Why are you talking about Ten Hag so much? Ten Hag's not here anymore. Yeah, because that's why he's been spoken about, because he wasn't performing. Wasn't doing his job properly. Obviously, that's why he was talking about. It was the same with Ronaldo, towards Ronaldo on the way out. Why is Ronaldo being spoken about so much? Eventually, he left because he did an interview with Piers Morgan. Of course, people are going to talk about it. David De Gea, it's massive news. You can't, just because you don't like the news doesn't mean you have to ignore it. You know what I mean? It's just, it's mad. It's absolutely mad. And when it comes to actually all of the financial side of all of this, when it comes to the finances and the PSR and all that kind of stuff. There's been another story today, actually. There's another story today about Manchester United kind of hoping to offset some of these PSR things. This was from The Athletic. This was just before, actually, all the Rashford stuff came out. It said that Manchester United are planning to go on a post-season trip to Malaysia at the end of the current season for a money-spinning tour that may earn the club close to £8 million in revenue. Now, these sort of post-season friendlies have been criticised in the past because players get injured, or it's more strain on players that have already played a lot of football. And as The Athletic points out, it's from Adam Craft and Laurie Whitwell, Premier League teams usually travel overseas for pre-season tours, with United likely to return to the United States once again later next summer. But post-season tours are becoming a trend as clubs seek to maximise revenue streams and comply with the Premier League's profits and sustainability regulations, as well as UEFA's financial fair play regulations. This is a particular challenge for United, who have been pursuing an aggressive strategy of cost-cutting under minority ownership of Sir Jim Ratcliffe. He's cut 250 jobs from the club, as well as raising ticket prices at Old Trafford, clamping down on staff expenses and cancelling the annual staff Christmas party. The new Straits Times reported in early December that United may head to Kuala Lumpur. The Athletic understands those plans are now being formalised, with the club heading to Malaysia upon the culmination of their domestic and European priorities. United's last game of the season will be the final day of the Premier League on May 25th. United currently remain in the FA Cup, and the final will take place on May 17th, while May 21st is the date when the Europa League final will take place in Spain. You never know, United could be involved in either. The football calendar is more clear in the summer for most United players than it had been in the case in 2024. Of course, a lot of the squad competed at Euro 2024 and Copa America. United are not competing in the revamped Club World Cup or Copa America, although some players may be in the finals of the UEFA Nations League in early June. God, who even cares about the Nations League? The proposed tour to Malaysia would take place immediately after the culmination of the Premier League season and prior to the window of international fixtures. The opportunity is being presented to United by the TEG Sports, a global events company that originates in Australia in partnership with a local Malaysian promoter. United declined to comment, but club sources who spoke anonymously, as they were not authorised to speak publicly on the matter, said any plans are not yet finalised, and the club's planning for the exhibition matches in 2025 is continuing. But it's when I go back to, and the reason that ties in to the Rashford stuff is because, you know, United are close when it comes to PSR. United are close to PSR. United are close to FFP, has been put out there previously, and you know, what you look then at homegrown players, academy players, to help Manchester United out of a bad situation. Hopefully, you know, there's still plenty of time to go in the season, and as we spoke about at the top of the show, it is tight, obviously, when it comes to the Premier League table. So I don't know if our participation in Europe, you know, I think, I don't know if it's participation in Europe's out of the question. I think Champions League is kind of out of the question, but you never know when it comes to the Europa League. But certainly, I think there's going to be a financial drop-off next season, and we're also saying that a lot of the players aren't good enough. A lot of players are need to be moved on, and we need to revamp the squad and buy players that Amorim needs. And you know, we can only do that if we sell players and we sell assets where we can certainly generate a lot of money. And Rashford, I think, will be part of that, along with other people's contracts coming up in the summer. You know, Lindelof's going, Eriksen's going, Johnny Evans probably going, Harry Maguire. We'll talk about his contract in a bit too. So there's a lot to be done when it comes to the transfer window. Super chat from Joe Fleming says, let's move that one up here so we can actually see what you're saying, Joe. There you go, with what you call it. Says, it's incredible. United make it clear internally they want to sell Rashford, and then suddenly Rashford is the devil for going along with it. Well, again, that's something I know I haven't said. You know, something I pushed back on. I just said it a couple of minutes ago, Joe. I can't speak for other people, but like I said, when it comes to the interview, for him saying what he said, I'm of the mindset of I don't really care. You know, honestly, I really don't. You know, if it was me, would I have done the interview? No. And once again, I think there might have been a better way to do it, or better way to frame it on Rashford's part. But I don't really care, because, you know, when it comes back to this kind of stuff, just the end goal for both parties is clear. You know, they want to, all right, cool. They want to save a bit of face, and they want to, you know, do whatever. But I don't really care about that part of it. I look at it just purely from a footballing point of view. I look at it from a football point of view, where I go, why does the club want to moving on? Why does the club want to, you know, go elsewhere? Why is Ruben Amorim not picking him anymore? And ultimately, he's not being picked anymore, and he's not. The reason the club are looking to move him on is because he's not performing. That's where it all stems from. So whether it's the club have decided to put him up, and Rashford's done the interview, and no, he wants to leave, or no, I want to leave. It doesn't really matter. If Marcus Rashford was performing, if Marcus Rashford could consistently perform at a level that would be acceptable, we wouldn't be having these conversations, and he wouldn't be doing interviews, and the club wouldn't be putting him up for sale, would they? That's really the crux of it. So we can get into the posturing of who said what, or they said this first, or I'm being forced out. No, he's forcing himself out. He wants to leave. The reality is he's not performing to the level that Man United want, and therefore he should be moved on. And I think that's the best for him. And it's, again, it's not just, this is the other thing. It's not just even United. He's miles off the England squad. It's the other part of it as well. So it's not even just a specifically United thing. He's miles off the England squad. That's why, again, if he's got ever another chance to play for England again, he's got to leave United. He has to. Why doesn't he? And I do think that Manchester United, I think Man United would be a better team with Marcus Rashford not involved in it, because once again, it's extra noise, it's unnecessary noise, and it's just one of those ones where, again, it's done. It's a bad relationship once more, and United have got enough things to have noise about, and they just don't need it. They just don't. So yeah, I don't think that's what it is. What else are people saying here in the chat? The Hero says, my biggest concern with you, Owen, is you're in support of Rashford. Wait, do you know what? It's so hilarious with stuff like that, because we get into selective hearing again, don't we? Because, according to one person, I'm in support. According to another person, I hate him. You know what I mean? I remember speaking about him a couple of weeks ago when Ruben Amorim came in. When Ruben Amorim came in and KG had the conversation, is he going to be the guy? Is he going to be the guy that gets the best out of Marcus Rashford? And I said, KG, I'm not even willing to have the conversation, because we've had it with millions. How many times we had the conversation? Is this manager going to get the best out of this person? Is this manager or head coach going to get the best out of that? And I said, I'm just not willing to have it, because, again, that's just not. If it happens so many times, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Or fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Wherever it is, right? Then it's on me, because I'm expecting stuff to happen that isn't gonna happen. So no. So then when I said that, it means I hate him, and now it means I'm in support of him. So it's just it's just hilarious, isn't it? It really is. It's hilarious, and yeah, whatever. It's nuts. We've got close to 1,900 people watching, which is fantastic, guys. If you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe as well. Whilst you're at it, bottom right-hand corner, as you can see in the top right-hand corner, nearly at 185,100, which is fantastic too. How many likes are we currently at the moment? We've got close to 1,900 people watching. We're about 25 likes away from 500. So if you haven't already, let's see if we can get it to 500. See if we can get it to 750. Official team news will be coming out in that's about 5 minutes time, or so. So if we haven't already, click the like button, and we can hopefully get some confirmed team news very shortly. I mean, as far as who I think will play, I mean, again, it's anybody's guess, isn't it? It's absolutely anybody's guess who could play. I mean, I've gone with, I think probably you get Onana in goal, obviously. No Bayern Dia. As far as the back three, well, we thought it would be De Ligt. Of course, now with De Ligt not being seemingly involved today because of illness, that probably means what? You're looking at Harry Maguire in the centre, probably then once more Lenny Yoro as the right centre-back perhaps. And I kind of had, to be fair, down Yoro not to play today. I thought that Yoro was going to be... I thought Yoro was going to be sort of rested as they're still managing his minutes. As far as wing backs, you're probably looking at Mazraoui and Dallo. Midfield, maybe Kobe and Ugarte. And then in the 10s, you're maybe looking at Bruno, Ahmad. I think Xerxes or Højlund's a bit of a toss-up today. It could be either. Xerxes, when he came on in the week, obviously got the goal. Was a tap-in, but he was actually really unlucky with the header that he did. That was actually a good save by Fraser Forster. So could be Joshua Xerxes today. We shall see. As far as Bournemouth, Bournemouth are in brilliant form. They're in absolutely brilliant form. I mean, sixth in the table. I think they've been one of, if not like the most informed side since like November. In the last 4 games, I think it's 3 wins and a draw. So it's not going to be easy. If you were going actually on this game by table position and form, you would go with Bournemouth being the favourites. That's where they're at. So it's not going to be an easy game to say the least whatsoever. But yeah, so the last home game as well, of course, when we played Forest at Old Trafford, didn't win that one. So yeah, this is no easy game whatsoever. If anything, City away, probably an easier game than playing Bournemouth at the moment, which is kind of mad. Which is kind of mad. Mr. Labman, that's what I was looking for. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. It's a proverb that means if someone takes advantage of me twice, I only have myself to blame. Exactly. That's what I meant, in the sense of, if you have the conversation every time a new manager comes in, are they going to be the one to get the best out of this player? Eventually, if you keep having that conversation every single time, you're the idiot for basically keep having it, which is why when Amorim came in, I just wasn't going to have it about a lot of the players, because we've had the same conversation before, haven't we? Of maybe, are they going to be the one? Is this person going to be the one? And you go, that's not, it's not. We know what's going to happen. You know what I mean? We've seen this series. We know how it's going to end. Speaking of which, I started watching, and obviously I won't give spoilers, but speaking of which, I watched Dexter Original Sin yesterday, the first episode of which, and I'm a Dexter fan, and I wasn't a fan of how the first two series ended. The original series, how that ended was a disgrace. And then Dexter New Blood was a brilliant series, and they fucked it up again with another horrible ending. But all right. It's okay. If you've, I won't spoil it, obviously. If you've watched the original series, obviously it's a prequel series, and the first episode is essentially something they tell you in one of the episodes. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. And then they've got another one called Dexter Resurrection coming out next year, which I'm excited about too. Because it's one of my favorite series. That is so good. It's so good. But they ruined the endings of them. Oh God. Not good. But something to watch over the holidays, isn't it? We did hit over 500 likes, which is brilliant, guys. If you haven't already, continue to click the like button. If you are just tuning in and you're wondering, Owen, what's the team news? We don't know. We don't know. Once again, we don't know what the... there's no leaks. Once more, it's no leaks. It was the same on Thursday. We found out in real time that... what the actual team was. Looks like we're going to be doing that again today. No team leaks. The only things that we do know so far is that no Delict in the squad because of illness. No Marcus Rashford once again for the third consecutive game, not in the squad. For what reason, we don't know. The assumption would be, like it was on Thursday, that it was a case of, selection. But Ruben Amorim might say something different, to be fair. We might see. We might see how that is. They could just come out and go, actually, no, there's illness in the camp, so we shall see. But we haven't heard anything yet. Team news officially be coming out about 2 minutes time. And we will find out together at the same time, indeed, who is going to be starting for Manchester United today. Super chat here from Curious says, hey, Brian, great job on the Whatever podcast. Now, it might be a reference to something that I'm missing, but I don't get the reference. And obviously, I'm not Brian. So, maybe someone can get that reference for me. Kind of, really. Kind of a different... Brian. Kind of, not really. I look like the host. Is that who it is? Ain't got a clue. Ain't got a clue on that one. Can't really. I look like the host of the Whatever podcast. Oh, okay. Right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Whatever podcast. It's not really. Not really. I did watch the Tyson Fury fight last night. I did as well. I think Usyk deserved to win. I'm not sure it's about the... I'm not sure what he's talking about when he says he was robbed. I think he was robbed. I thought it was closer than the scorecards said it was. I'm not sure there was like 4 points in it or 4 rounds in it. But I think Usyk deserved to win. I think that's I think that was a fair result. Doesn't look like there'll be a trilogy though now, which is a shame because I thought that could have been a good trilogy fight. But I thought Usyk deserved to win. He couldn't say he was on the front foot because he wasn't. Usyk was definitely on the front foot throughout the whole fight. But it was a good It was a good fight. I enjoyed it. We await team news. Do we have to wait much longer? No, we don't. Right. So the news that we kind of already knew, no Marcus Rashford once again in the Manchester United squad. That is confirmed, as well as the rest of the team. So we go with Andre Onana in goal. A back three, seemingly, I think, of Mazraoui, Maguire, and Martinez. I think that's what it looks like. So I did think with Lenny Yoro, I did sort of go, I feel like it's a bit maybe too soon. So Mazraoui, Maguire, Martinez. Wing backs, we have Malacia starting, which I also did expect. Once he wasn't involved on Thursday against Spurs, I thought that he was going to likely be him starting. I think I mentioned that in the preview. In midfield, we have Kobbie Mainoo and Manuel Ugarte. We have Bruno Fernandes and Amad Diallo in the 10s. And up front, who do we have? We have indeed Joshua Zirkzee, which again, did kind of half expect, given his cameo on Thursday was pretty good. Højlund struggled a little bit, didn't he, against Spurs on Thursday. As far as the bench, we've got Bayern Dia, Johnny Evans. Lenny Yoro is also on the bench. Casemiro, Toby Collier is also on the bench. We have Ericsson. We have Anthony. We have Garnacho still only bench since he was dropped last weekend. To be fair, he came on against Spurs on Thursday and was not good at all, was he? Let's face it. He was very much not good against Spurs. His cameo was, frankly, pretty awful, actually. So that's the Manchester United starting 11. We'll get that up on the screen for you very, very shortly once we get the graphic loaded in. As far as my thoughts on that team, to be honest, I'm not totally shocked. Again, some of those things I felt were quite predictable. Again, with Lenny Yoro, I thought he did really well actually against Spurs on Thursday, but they are really trying to manage his minutes, which it makes sense. So I'm not too surprised by that. Mazraoui goes in at right centre back, and I like Mazraoui at centre back. We kind of spoke about this actually on the Full View last night, didn't we? Saying that, with certain players in the system, where are they going to fit? Where are they going to fit long term? And Mazraoui was actually one of those ones where, obviously, look, he can play anywhere, and we've all been really happy with Mazraoui this season. Arguably, he's our player of the season. Well, not really arguably. It's not really many others that you could maybe suggest, that have been players of the season. But with Mazraoui, I actually prefer him in the centre-back position, honestly, as opposed to being at wing-back. So that's the Manchester United starting 11 today against Bournemouth at Old Trafford. In goal, it is Andre Onana back between the sticks. A back three of Mazraoui, Maguire, Martinez. Maguire moves into the central position. Of course, De Ligt out with illness. Licha Martinez continues at left centre-back. If there's maybe a bit more competition there, maybe you might get a situation whereby he might have come out the side, but we don't really have anything else for left centre-back currently at the moment. Wing-backs, we've got Dallo and we've got Terrell Malacia starting once more. As soon as Malacia was included on the bench, it felt like he was going to be starting today. And I'm glad, because I think actually, apart from, that first game when he faced Bodo Glimt and he looked just very rusty, didn't he, in that game? There was a bit of concern. Is it rustiness? Is it, has he lost a yard because of his injury? Obviously been out for such a long time. But in fairness to him, he played against Arsenal. We started at the Emirates, and I thought that was too soon for him. I thought him starting at the Emirates, I don't know about that. I think it's maybe a bit too much too soon. And I think actually since then, he's actually done pretty well. I don't think he's, the guy, long term for us at left wing back. But just having someone that's naturally left footed, that's naturally, just holds the width a bit better and isn't going to constantly invert. There is a difference. And just seeing his sort of comeback from his injury, I think is great too. So I'm happy to see him start today. We know how it goes with him in terms of this comeback. He's not going to play the full game, is he? Most likely will play. He might play a little bit longer than how he's been playing recently. So he might play maybe 55 minutes. Of course, we know that Ruben Amorim does like the sort of, he's got his blocks of time, doesn't he, that he likes to make the substitutions, 55, 65, and maybe a little bit later on. So I think with Malacia, maybe he plays 55 this time, perhaps, maybe. So that's the case for him. Ugarte, I think Ugarte was always going to start. I thought against Spurs midweek, I thought it was actually really, really good once more. And pretty much, I don't know the actual stats or statistics in it, but it felt like every single time there was a duel, every single time there was a battle or a one-on-one to win the ball, he won it every single time. So I think he's settling into the team really, really nicely. Obviously, he knows the position, he knows the system, he knows the coach. And I think the criticism of him was way too premature. I wish people, I always bring it up, but I wish people to go back, because I remember the show specifically. Go back to, it was the morning show, the day we played Fenerbahce. It was a morning view that day, and then probably on the pre-match of that one too. And some of the people in the chat, some of the super chats coming in or whatever, Ugarte will be the worst signing Manchester United have ever made. And I was like, bloody hell. But bear in mind, at that time, he had maybe started twice for us and come on a couple of times. And it was, whoa. Now it's like, got to start Ugarte. Have to start Ugarte. He's the only one that can win the ball in midfield. So yeah, he was one where it was again. He had to play today. Cobby starts. I mean, I thought he did okay on Thursday, and I think he probably did better than he's been doing recently. I think that he still looks rusty to an extent, and sometimes he still looked a little bit off the pace. I do think he's coming back from that injury. But hopefully he can get a bit more up to speed. But I think he is growing and getting a bit sharper as the games go on. Dalot, it's one where the reason he's continuing to start games is because we don't really just have anyone else, do we? You know, the wing backs are a problem for us. I think he actually did, in fairness, do better against Spurs than how he's done recently. But I don't think he's a wing back long term. I think he can play as a full back and can invert, but I think wing back, I just don't know if he can actually adapt to that position. But at the moment, we've got what we've got. So Ruben Amorim's got to try and make the most of it. Ahmad in the 10. I mean, he's been, recently, of course, won the derby pretty much single-handedly. Came on Thursday. Suddenly we could run at people and make things happen a bit more. He'll be influential for us today. Bruno in the 10. I prefer him there. I know we've seen Amorim play him deeper. I've said it multiple times. I don't like him in the deeper role because he gives the ball away in silly positions and it can lead to chances. Not to say just because he's playing in the 10, he won't do that in deeper areas and give the ball away and it leads to chances, because he has done that. But I think him being higher up on the pitch is better. And then up front, Xerxes. This is where we're at with the strikers. I mean, this is why I make the case for us to, in the summer, to be looking for another striker. And that's because I think at the moment, Rasmus Højlund's the better striker than Joshua Xerxes. He's the better goal scorer than Joshua Xerxes. But at the same time, Højlund goes in and out of form. He's inconsistent. Xerxes, he's not really a striker and he's inconsistent. So I think at the moment, Amorim can just kind of go between. I don't think that, I think Xerxes, when he came on, actually did all right on Thursday. Unlucky not to score with his header. Did score in the end with the tap in. And Højlund, it's with either player, I already know the talking points are so easy with United, aren't they? So obviously there's the Rashford one, which is some more Rashford stuff we'll get to in just a second. But with Xerxes and Højlund, if Xerxes scores today, it will be, once again, KG should apologise to Joshua Xerxes. You said some horrible things. Now it's 2 goals in 2 games, or 3 in 2, whatever. And it will turn into that. If he doesn't score today, it will be, told you, Xerxes is dead. He's rubbish. If Rasmus Højlund comes on and scores, that's why you can't. Don't drop Rasmus Højlund. He's got it. You just, you just got to believe in him. He's got it. If he doesn't come on, he starts wrestling. He's not good. He's not good. He just wrestles with people, blah, blah, blah. And the reality is, for both of them, they're not the guys, either or. What Man United need is they need a senior striker, sort of 25, maybe a little bit older than that, ready to go right now. And those other strikers, i.e. Højlund, Xerxes, they support. That's what Manchester United need, I think. I think that we get too hyper-focused on just one game individually, whether they do score or we don't score. That turns into they're shit or they're the greatest players ever existed. You've just got to believe. And the reality is it's somewhere in between, most likely. The bench, we've got Bayern, Evans, Euro, Casemiro, Collier, Ericsson, Anthony, Garnacho, Højlund. In terms of people coming on from the bench that could change the game, I mean, Garnacho came on against Spurs and offered just next to nothing. So I don't really have a lot of faith in Garnacho's ability to come on and really positively affect the game at the moment. Højlund could, because he's come on and he has scored goals. So you could certainly see Højlund coming on. I think it says a lot about some players, Casemiro, he's been phased out. And once again, why? He's older. He's on 350k or 300. How much is it? A lot, over 300k a week. He's being phased out. Ericsson's another one. I know he started against Spurs, but that was Carabao Cup. In these sort of these Premier League games, he's not really getting that much of a sniff. I thought he did okay, in fairness. I thought he did okay in terms of some nice crossfield passes, but he should have scored at least once, maybe twice with those pullbacks. So I think Man United are looking to move them on, but whilst you've got them, you've got to try and use them, fill up the squad, and kind of go from there. As far as Marcus Rashford, once more, as for the reason why, it's once again not because of illness or anything like that. Stephen Ralston from the Manchester Evening News has indeed confirmed Marcus Rashford is absent again this afternoon due to, quote, selection. So Marcus Rashford not ill. Matthijs de Ligt is ill. The club has confirmed that he is ill. So no de Ligt. He was ill on Thursday, but no Rashford. He wasn't in the squad on Thursday because of selection, and he's not in the squad today because of selection too. And I guess trigger warning, I'm going to talk about Marcus Rashford again because there's some more information here, but he's done. Clearly he's done. I don't know, maybe if it's extra punishment. Your punishment was one game when you didn't perform to the standard we were looking for the City game, and because of the interview it's the next two games. I don't know. Will he be involved against Wolves away on Boxing Day, isn't it? I think it's like a 5:30 kickoff, I think it is, on Boxing Day. Will he be involved in that? I mean, what's it, 8-9 days left of December until we get to January? I think it feels like, right, let's just leave him out until January and let's see if there are any takers. Let's see if there are any takers. Maybe not permanently, maybe a loan deal, maybe something's already in the works. Maybe Rashford's people are looking at something. Maybe United are looking at something. But 3 consecutive games for one of your highest paid players to not be even in the match day squad, it's near enough as kind of being phased out as you can possibly get, isn't it? It's near enough to being phased out as you could possibly get. It'll be interesting once more if we get any more quotes from Ruben Amorim before the game. I'm sure we will. And to be honest, I'm sure he'll say the same thing. He'll say the same thing that he has said over the last week, which has been, they trained well, or just selection. Same reason as Thursday, same reason as Sunday. That's what it will be. So, there'll be just the same thing, I think. Come January, well, now we already know, don't we? We kind of had wonder, didn't we, going into the January transfer window. Sometimes, particularly for Manchester United the last few years in January, because we're not very active in that window, you kind of wonder, what's the story going to be? What's the story going to be? What's the biggest news item going to be for Man United in the January window? Who are we going to be going after? Who are we going to be selling? What business are we going to be doing? And it's very clear, isn't it? Front and centre in January, it's going to be the future of Marcus Rashford. Is Marcus Rashford going to leave? Is he going to stay? Is there going to be anyone interested in him? What's the price point going to be? Is it going to be an early window thing, or is it going to be a bit like, with Sancho when he went to Chelsea in the summer window, where it goes right until deadline day, and there has to be a bit of an extension? Remember the Sancho one? The Sancho one got done in the wee hours of the morning. They filed an extension, didn't they? And it got actually confirmed the day after. Is it going to be like that? And what's going to happen. It's an absolutely fascinating story, no doubt about it. We've got close to 2,100 people watching, guys, which is fantastic. We're 9 likes away from 700. Let's see if we can get to 750. Let's see if we can get to 1K, actually. We only need half of you. We only need about 300 of you to click the like button to get to 1K, which an hour before kickoff would be absolutely fantastic. So a lot of people clearly interested in this game today. A lot of people clearly excited about this game today. So if you haven't already, click the like button and be sure to subscribe as well whilst you're at it. It'll be interesting to see too what Flex says outside Old Trafford later on. Of course, he's at the game. A reminder: post-match, you will have fan views, you'll have player ratings. I'm sure he'll get the words of people like Bradley, Charlie, and others. And to be honest, look, there's still time, isn't there? There's still there's still time for more stuff to happen, in the next hour with this Rashford thing. So yeah, who knows? I mean, the thing is with Manchester United too, who knows which direction all of this kind of stuff is going to be going in. Diego says, on Rashford, you guys should be celebrating this action. It's what you guys wanted all along. Just leave the boy alone. How many goals has Foden scored this season? Well, this is the thing, Diego. Yeah, this is the thing. And I'm not going to criticize people for having opinions. People are allowed to have opinions, right? And that's the bedrock of fandom, isn't it? It's people have different opinions. I'm not going to celebrate a player leaving. It doesn't make me feel any better to see that a player hasn't worked out or a player's come towards the end. I'm not like that. As far as it comes to Phil Foden, it's not a Manchester City channel. What I don't think what we can do is whataboutism with it. When we talk about Rashford, we then go, oh, what about Phil Foden? Or what about this player? What about that player? Because that's redundant. We're talking about Man United. We're talking about individual Manchester United players. And, they can be held to whatever standard other players can be held to. But Manchester United, you are held to a different standard. Now, I've mentioned before about like a Jack Grealish. Jack Grealish, £100 million player, and the media scrutiny on him isn't enough. It isn't good enough. He hasn't scored in a year. But if you're talking about Manchester United, we do ourselves a disservice, I think, when we do stuff like that. We do ourselves a disservice when we go... But basically, it's burying our heads in the sand a little bit, really, isn't it? It's burying our heads in the sand of going, why don't we talk about Phil Foden? Because what's Phil Foden got to do with Manchester United? What's it got? It's got nothing. And okay, you could do the thing about, well, Foden's in the England squad. He shouldn't be England squad. All right, cool. But, okay, why don't we talk about Cole Palmer then? He's doing more than Marcus Rashford. He's in the England squad, isn't he? Who else should we talk about? Let's talk about Bukayo Saka. He's in the England squad. He's doing well. So what point do you really want to make? And if I brought up Cole Palmer or I brought up Bukayo Saka, that'd be just as redundant because at the same time, they're not Man United players. Phil Foden's performances don't affect Manchester United. Marcus Rashford's does. If Marcus Rashford isn't performing, if Marcus Rashford doesn't look interested, what does Phil Foden's lack of goals at Manchester City have to do with it? Nothing. It doesn't. It doesn't. In the same way, if I brought up to, Cole Palmer scored all of these goals. He scored all of these goals. Okay, but what does that have to do with Marcus Rashford's performances at United? Nothing. Zero. It's just... It doesn't do anything about it, does it? It's silly. It's silly. So I don't know why we do that. I don't. But if you are just tuning in, that is the Manchester United starting 11 once more. It is Andre Onana in goal. It's Mazraoui. It's Maguire. It's Martinez. Obviously, De Ligt still ill. He was out with illness on Thursday. Wing-backs Dalot and Malacia, both on their preferred sides. Kobbie Mainoo in midfield with Manuel Ugarte. Bruno Fernandes and Amad Diallo in the 10 position and Joshua Zirkzee in the 9. We've got Bayindir, we've got Evans, Yoro, Casemiro, Collier, Ericsson, Anthony Garnacho and Rasmus Højlund on the bench too. Kickoff is in about 55 minutes time. Reminder, it's not televised here in the UK, so you have to all sync up and do the best that we can as well. Where are we at in terms of likes? We are close to 800 likes. If you haven't already, click the like button and be sure to subscribe as well. And I tell you what, actually, Kyle, I'm so glad you have said this, because it sums up my point earlier on. I can hear it in your voice, Owen. We get it. You don't like Rashford. If you scroll back 10 minutes in this stream, someone said to me, Owen, why are you supporting Rashford? It's so easy. It's so easy, isn't it? It's so easy. In the space of 10 minutes or 15 minutes, however long it was, you don't like Rashford, you do like Rashford. And that's what that is. It's selective hearing. Selective hearing. Get it out your mind, guys. Get it out your minds, because it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. As far as some quotes on it, Gary Neville says, it's not looking great for Marcus's future at the club or Manchester United keeping him. I suspect it's getting to the point in the journey where there is an inevitable end. I'm just seeing if we've got any more quotes. Once more, Stephen Ralston from the Manchester Evening News said once again the absence is due to selection. Ruben Amorim has been asked actually about Marcus Rashford's absence for that. It says Marcus Rashford's omission and whether he's been told by the club to drop him. He said, quote, "It's my decision and always will be. It's selection." So Ruben Amorim insisting it's his call, it's his selection, it's his decision, and it's just selection. That's what it is. Yes. Roddy says, good evening, I'm watching from the Philippines. Indeed, actually, we've got over 2K watching. We're 5 away from 800 likes. So if you haven't already, click the like button. And let me know where you're watching from. Let me know where you're watching from. Let me know where you're watching from and what your score prediction is today. I think I went with, what did I go for? I think I went with a 3-2, you know. I think there could be goals in this game. There have been goals under Ruben Amorim. No doubt about that. So I think there could be goals. Again, this is not going to be an easy game whatsoever. It's not going to be an easy game whatsoever. You know, Bournemouth are playing very well at the moment. Their recent form is very good. In terms of the league table, after yesterday, Manchester United sitting 13th. A very mixed bag in the last couple of results too. We've got 2 wins, a draw, 2 defeats. We're currently 13th on 22 points. Bournemouth, after yesterday's results, are actually down to 8th now, 25 points. But again, their recent form's been very good. 1 defeat in their last 5, 3 victories, 1 draw. In their last 4 games, of course, they haven't lost a game. So they're right at it. They're right in very good form. But it's very tight. It's very tight. It's very compact. For example, if Manchester United do win today, we could go above Bournemouth, you know, depending on how many goals are scored and how much we would win by. But we'd be level on points. We could have a better goal difference than them too. So it's very, very congested in that middle of the table. We're kind of at the sort of bottom part of it, you know. For me, just way too close to Man United in the bottom half. I mean, they said if Man United lose today, and we're in the bottom half, I think it'll be the first time since 1989, 1990, I think, that we'd be in the bottom half of the table at Christmas. So, yeah, not great at all. But if we win, you know, could go up to maybe 8th, something like that. And then suddenly, considering where we were when Ruben Amorim came in and considering some of the games we've had, you know, we've played Arsenal, we've played City, we've got, obviously, Liverpool coming up, first game of the new year too. So if we could get into 8th position, then you're going, oh, maybe sort of European spots, we can maybe look at towards that. So today's a really, really, really important game. Really important game. And we have to get a result. Have to. As far as the Bournemouth team today, they've got Kepa in goal. Kirkez, who of course, left back, we've been linked to a lot. I've seen a lot of people saying today might be a bit of a Kirkez audition. We were linked to him in the summer whilst he was playing at the Euros. A lot of people saying they would like to see him possibly in this sort of left wing back role in this Amorim system. So people will be watching him today. We've got who else are danger men in that system? Of course, Kluivert, Evanilson. I always struggle to say his name. Semenyo, Tara. So look, they're a good team. They're a good team, and it won't be easy. And certainly, I suppose to an extent, the Premier League is actually living up to its name in the sense of everyone can kind of beat everyone this season, unless you're Liverpool, I guess. But yeah, it's tight, no doubt about it. Red Baron says, with the super chat here, point I was trying to make on the full view is that we are all susceptible to our cognitive biases, whether it's discussing a player or not. I think it's healthy to be aware of our own minds. Well, certainly, yeah. I mean, and again, I think when it comes to do certain players, again, this goes back to the Rashford thing, but when it goes to certain players, are they going to be spoken about more than others? I mean, of course they are. Of course they are. But at the same way, it would be a bit strange if, if the focus of today was, right, Kobbie Mainoo's starting for Manchester United, naturally people would be going, why are you ignoring the Marcus Rashford stuff? Then you get accused of an agenda or a bias the other way. And sometimes I think as a fan, and certainly as like a presenter, you can only really go where the news is dictating you, So for instance, today, obviously the news part of it will be Rashford not being in the squad again. It's been dominating the headlines. If we win, a bit like last weekend, if we win the game, you don't really talk about that because then the news is the result. The news is the performance. The news was last weekend, Ahmad getting those last-minute goals, and it kind of, not that it disappeared, but it was less spoken about. You know what I mean? So it's difficult. It's difficult, and it's a difficult one to navigate. And I suppose a fact of life too is you can't please everyone. There'll be people that will say, no, I don't want to hear it, which is fine. There'll be people that go, well, I do want to hear about it. I do want to hear your opinions. Or in the chat, there'll be people like, I do want to share my opinions. And you're allowed to. You're absolutely allowed to. Whether your opinion is that, you're, I guess, happy or not happy with the team, or not happy or happy with certain players, it's absolutely your right to do that. Curious says, just jesting, bud. Love you, Owen, doing a great job. Well, thank you. And it's Brian. It's not Owen. Red Baron says, Amorim is ruthless. Well, yeah, certainly. Certainly all of the quotes coming out at the moment are suggesting that it's Ruben Amorim's call. That Marcus Rashford's not playing. And Ruben Amorim's call for, the team in general, isn't it? That's what it is. So... yes, indeed. We've got, about 160 likes away from 1K likes. So if you haven't already, click the like button. Let's see if we can get to 1K likes. Kickoff, as I said, is about 50 minutes away, at the moment. So we will bring you all of that too. Let's actually see what people were saying in the chat, where they were from. Joe's watching from Dominican Republic. Jerome says 3-2. He's watching from Bermuda today. Big up, Jerome. Kyle's watching from South Africa, going with a 2-1 United prediction today. We've got Trinidad and Tobago. Michael's going with 3-1. Archro's going with 3-0 United. Resilient says 3-2 United. That's what I've gone with. I've gone with possibly, I think we could have a high-scoring game today. I think we could have that one, possibly. Bilal's watching from Wales. We've got Alex from Jamaica. Ish is watching from near Blackburn in Bolton in the UK. Oladeli's watching from Texas too. And actually, because it's an early start, those the guys in the US, it's going to be an early start for you today, isn't it? Depending on where you are too. So big up to just everyone watching everywhere around the world. I will always be a big defender of international fans because I get it. Yeah, I get it that it's not easy, and I think there is a lot of sort of turning your nose up or snobbiness to international fans of, well, you're not at the games all the time, so you're not a real fan, blah, blah, blah. It's the biggest bunch of bullshit, that, because as someone who watches something else, i.e. I watch the wrestling, or I watch American sports, yeah, and you have to wake up bloody early or stay up bloody late to watch those ones. It's not easy, and that's a test of fandom, right? That is a test of fandom. Obviously, a test of fandom can also be driving 7 hours to get to the stadium and whatever it may be. But fandom, support, it comes in many a different ways. Just because you're not inside the ground or outside the ground or in the country that you can travel to the ground, you're waking up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning to watch your team lose 5-0. You're either a glutton for punishment or you're a diehard supporter. So it absolutely works both ways. Absolutely works both ways. No doubt about it. Yes. Simon Peach once again confirming that Matthijs de Ligt is absent for Manchester United today due to illness. Same illness that ruled him out against Spurs on Thursday. I think it's actually still the match day squad. I think it's still the same match day squad, near enough, wasn't it? I think as it was on Thursday. So the only changes are in the lineup, which I think there are, 6 maybe. Joseph says, yes, it's 8:13 in Philadelphia. Brendan says, earliest kickoff for me is 7:30 a.m. DZ says, Indonesian fan here. Waking up at 3 a.m. is not easy, but here for our lovely club. Indeed, it is not easy. Again, that's support, isn't it? That's proper support. Ishmael says it's 7:14 a.m. here in Memphis, Tennessee, and Mohammed's also watching from Kenya. So the UV community is global. It's diverse. It's it's proper. That's where it's all at. And we're 130 likes officially, or less now than 1K. And Game Fanatic says 1 a.m. game here in Australia. Yeah. That is rough, isn't it? That is proper rough. Yeah, proper rough. And there's me here complaining, going, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Very, very difficult, very challenging for me. Very, very tough. It's not good. And then you've got Lawbreaker right there. It says, Stretford fan here, getting soaked and trying to message on a wet phone. I tell you what, it's always a pain, isn't it? You know, when you're trying to respond to someone for a message on your phone and it's pissing it down, and then suddenly not only does you can't do it anymore, but then it's like the rain can press buttons by itself. Suddenly stuff starts getting clicked that you don't even mean. You're like, I didn't even press that. I don't know how this is possible. How is the rain doing this to me? And it starts having like a mind of its own. You're going, it's awful, absolutely awful. I don't know how it happens. Sometimes I just put it in my pocket. I go, I don't trust the phone. Turn it off. It's insane. Well, I've had it before. I was actually I was going for a walk somewhere and I was watching a show. I forget what it was. I was watching a show and I put the phone in my pocket and I think I like timed out like a bunch of people in the chat. I was like, sorry. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. So yeah, it happens. Speaking of which, big up to the mods as well in the chat every day. I can see Steffi Jenks is in there as well, one of the mods. A couple more quotes from Ruben Amorim about his selection today. So when speaking to Sky on the Marcus Rashford one, he said, it's my decision. It will always be. I want to see the best of my players and I'm trying different things with different players. That is my focus. Once more, he's again confirmed that it was his decision. On his starting 11 selection, he says, De Ligt is still sick, and Harry, we just saved him from that game versus Spurs because he did the first 90 minutes in a long time against City. We have to be careful with this kind of player. He also said about Joshua Zirkzee, he said, Josh did really well in the last game and we need fresh legs. Onana returns to the Premier League, so everything has a purpose and we are ready for this game. So indeed, confirming that De Ligt is sick. And he did say this about Harry Maguire, didn't he? Against Spurs. I think there was a bit of confusion when Lindelof went down with his injury on Thursday. I think it was even Gary Neville on commentary was like, I can't believe he didn't bring on. I can't believe he didn't bring on Maguire instead of when Lindelof went off. And I think Ruben Amorim had said that he's only just that's his first 90 minutes in a while against City, and he was good. And you've got to rotate and you've got to rest. And it's funny sometimes, I think, as fans, because before the game, and we do talk out both sides of our mouth, don't we? Because before the game on Thursday, it was, who cares if we go out the Carabao Cup? It doesn't matter if we go out. We don't care about the competition. And then we went out and it was, shit. We've got out of the cup. We shouldn't have got out. Why did he start this player? Why did he start that player? And as he mentioned, we're trying to manage the injuries as much as we can, aren't we? I mean, there's a little bit actually of an update on the Mason Mount injury here. Well, I think it's another one. I just don't see a way back. I actually got a really good graph from this. So he's out, they've said, for several weeks. According to The Athletic, of course, he was forced off after just 13 minutes in the victory against Manchester City last Sunday, replaced by Kobbie Mainoo, who essentially played again the whole game near enough. It was just his fourth start in the Premier League this season, second under Ruben Amorim. Mount, according to The Athletic, saw a specialist this week, with Amorim confirming he's now facing several weeks on the sideline. He said, quote, I don't know the exact date, but it's going to be for long, and that's it. That's part of football. You continue, he said, following the defeat against Spurs on Thursday. This is what I wanted to show you guys. I mean, this is my biggest concern for Mason Mount. I said it towards the end of last season. I said if he has one more big injury, then he's done. Manchester United need to get rid. And I know Flex kind of pushed back on that at the time, was like, well, we'll see. Well, that one big injury, I think he's had, was it like 3 this season? And look, obviously you're human and you feel bad when he was down and he looked devastated. Same as Victor Lindelof. But at the same time, you also have to be ruthless. And you also have to be, have to see the situation for what it is. And in that graph right there, you can see is progressively over the last 4 seasons, like he's playing less. He's playing less games. In 2019, 2020, 2021, he's starting 32 games for Chelsea out of a possible 36 and 37, playing a lot of minutes. Near enough, he's playing close to the full 90 in all of those, playing 77 or 80 minutes per game. The percentage of minutes played is over 80%. So you're going, look, he's regular, he's starting a lot, he's finishing games, and he's consistently available. Since then, his last 2 seasons at Chelsea, it was less, starting less games, finishing less games, playing less minutes. His last season actually at Chelsea, he missed a bunch of games, I think with a hip injury. And, look at last season at United, of course, only started 5 games, only played 14. So I suppose this season it's positive, but he's only played 7, and minutes per game, 37, 33. So there's been, if you're just going to look at the stats there, if you're going to look at the stats for the last 4 seasons now, 4 seasons in a row, he's gradually playing less and less. He's starting less games, he's finishing less games, he's playing less minutes. And when he is playing games, as I said, he's playing less minutes than more cameo appearances, or if he's starting, he can only play a half or so. Like, it's done. His body, that if you're putting that on a graph, and I think sometimes that's what's good with these kind of things. In a table, you can see it. Like, the body's breaking down there. And it's not nice to see. It's not nice to see. It is sometimes unfortunate. But ultimately, now Manchester United find themselves with a problem because he's 250k a week, can't be relied on. He's got the number 7 shirt. It's just, it's not good. It's not good, is it? And now if United tried to move him on, how many takers would there probably be? How would that work? So I think that his body's just not taking it, and I don't see a turnaround there. Maybe that's a bit naive for me. Maybe that's whatever. I didn't like the number 7 inclusion in the first place, but it's not working out. It's not worked out. I mean, I described him as a flop earlier on. Once that first injury happened this season, when it's a flop signing, and I know people get into different definitions of that. You can't say that until he's officially left, but it's a flop signing. Number 7, 55 million. A year later, he would have been on a free. It's not worked out. Chelsea saw us coming because they probably had that information. Actually, last 2 seasons he's played less games. Last few seasons he's playing less minutes. He might be physically on the decline here, which seems crazy given his age, but he's played a lot of football from a young age, and maybe that's what it needs to be. But it's not worked out, and that's when you get into the sort of pushback when you talk about certain players, and they go, "Why are you not talking about this?" Or talk about Mason Mount. Just talk about Mason Mount there. I think he needs to go because I don't see a. I don't see a future there. I don't. It's very obvious that his body's breaking down. But United, they have he's got a contract, and it's a bit like, it's the Phil Jones perspective, isn't it? You could just sit on that and keep earning money until his contract runs out. I don't know if they'll try and sell him in the summer. Maybe they will. I think the one positive Man United do have with those kind of players that are younger that they could potentially move on is, I think, with the World Cup coming up at the end of next season, what they can do is kind of play on that a little bit with some players and say, when you're here, look, you're not gonna play many games. You're not gonna play many games, and you want to get into the World Cup, don't you? And World Cup squad. And Thomas Tuchel likes Mason Mount. Thomas Tuchel played him at Chelsea. Thomas Tuchel got good performances out of him, but it's going to be difficult for Thomas Tuchel to pick him if he's not playing every week and he's not fit. So that might be something that Man United look at in the summer. I think they should, but that is not going to be an easy one. That's not going to be an easy one indeed. We got some more super chats here. I can maybe get to if this thing would work. I tell you what, YouTube's so buggy at the moment. It's mad. Well, maybe I can't get to those super chats. Or maybe I can. Ugh. Honestly, this YouTube back end recently is just the worst. I mean, I think Flex has mentioned it in certain shows, yeah? It crashes and it breaks. It's just, it's just so rubbish. So rubbish. And the worst thing is, that one's actually not anything to do with us. It's just broken from YouTube. I don't know why. It's been like that for months. There you go. It just did the flash up. So something's gone wrong. Something's gone wrong because YouTube doesn't like working anymore. Not sure why it does that, but whatever. It's just annoying. Right now, I can get your comments back up on the screen. Everything's working again. My word. Yes, I mean, for reference, it does that. That's why now I have this actually on like a separate even machine because YouTube just breaks everything. We're at Red Baron with a super chat says, "Don't forget it's been raining." Yeah, it's on the soundboard for a reason. It's on the soundboard because, of course, it's iconic. How can it not be on the soundboard?
We mustn't forget that it's been raining, so the pitch is quite.
It's been raining.
Yeah.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, I mean it's iconic, and it can't beat it. Nathan with a super chat as well says, "Come on United, I'm in Jamaica for Christmas. There's a huge following in the Caribbean of United fans. We love to see it. 3-1 is my prediction." I like that prediction. I've gone with 3-2, but 3-1 I'd much prefer, obviously. And Ravel says, Alicia, 6 to 7 great line-breaking passes. Then we will give up a goal or on 2 set pieces today. Just hope we don't lose because of it. Well, there's been a lot of Leacher talk, hasn't there, recently? A lot of Leacher talk, and it's divided opinion. It's a shocker. I know. Shockingly, it's divided opinion, the Leacher discussion, hasn't it? And to be fair, Ravel, you lay it out, I think, very good there, which is, you look at the goal that we scored against City, and to be fair, he did it against Spurs as well, midweek, where playing out from the back or a couple of the balls over the top, playing it into the channels. We know he's good at the back for that. We know he's solid on the ball. We know he's comfortable on the ball. We know his strengths, but also we know the weaknesses and we know the deficiencies. And one, of course, is the height on set pieces. And I think more and more teams are starting to target that. There are individual errors, and that's not Leacher specific. That's to a lot of players in this team. But there are individual errors. For the second goal against Spurs, where he just kind of dangles the leg out, puts it in the box. Like that. That was a mistake that I'm pretty sure we've seen like a Harry Maguire make over the last 5 years or so. And every single time we've criticised him and said, that's why he's not good enough. That's why, he should play for Manchester United. That kind of mistake. Leach made the same mistake. Like, it's not good enough. The one that really concerned me for Martinez against Spurs was the Solanke goal, the third goal, which was, he just got kind of bullied. Really, Solanke going past Johnny Evans, I'm not that surprised about because it's Johnny Evans. He's, how old is he? 36, 37, something like that. Martinez, he's meant to be this, he's meant to be the butcher. He's meant to be physical. And he just kind of went past him like he wasn't really there, gets the shot off, puts the goal in. And it's like, I think that with this system, I think there's absolutely an argument to be said that not that Leach was protected, because I think when you use the word protected, it kind of gives the impression that he was never pulling his weight and he was never doing anything for United, which isn't fair. But I think the partnership with Varane really suited him because Leach's deficiencies were well hidden by Varane, and some of the things that Leach could do, Varane couldn't really do. So it really actually, they complemented each other very well. We did see earlier on this season with Martinez is when he got moved out to a fullback position for a couple of the games, he looked really uncomfortable. Really uncomfortable. It was almost like he couldn't really adapt to having to play on kind of like the half turn and not completely facing completely flat the play. He was kind of on the half turn, and he looked a bit uncomfortable. And I went, oh, that's surprising, because I always thought that he'd be comfortable at like a left back. And when you're playing a left centre-back, you're further wide than you would usually be. He likes his right and left centre-back to be quite wide. And I think sometimes he does struggle with that. And I just think that this system is set up for those kind of players who are a bit taller, who are quicker as well. I think he wants his centre-backs, but not necessarily the middle centre-back. You can get away with the middle centre-back not being the quickest player. But I think he wants his right and left centre-backs to have that really good recovery pace and have that ability to really, if it's a foot race, they'll win it every single time. That sort of big, strong, powerful centre-backs. And Leach is not really that. He's a different kind of centre-back. So I think there's a couple of different factors with Leach at the moment. I think one, it's the case of he's not in good form. That's the I suppose the most critical one is he's not in form. But two, I think you've got an out of form player a little bit in a system where it's not his most comfortable. He's not at his most comfortable as a left centre back. And really, I think then that's up for him to can you adapt to it? And that's not really, again, just a Leacher thing. There's a lot of players in this team that's the real be-all and end-all question for them is, right, there doesn't appear to be a totally natural fit for you in the position that you usually play in. So either you've got to adapt to this new role that we're asking you to do, or if you don't, you're probably going to leave, or we're probably going to try and move you on. So you ask those questions. We spoke about Dallow earlier on. And my thing of, I don't think Dallow's really a wing-back. I thought he could adapt to it. I'm not sure he can. He's much more suited to being a full-back and kind of inverting in. I'm not saying he can't do it, but I'm talking about a top wing-back for what Amorim's kind of looking for. I don't know. I don't know if he can do that. We go back to someone like Garnacho, a wide player through and through. He's played on the left, played on the right under Erik ten Hag. As a 10, not so much. Not so much. I don't think he has the guile to be a number 10. I don't know if he has the kind of the decision making or that kind of critical pass or the sort of composure when trying to play the through ball that you're looking for, those inside 10s. A bit like Ahmad. Yes, Ahmad can play out wide, but you've also got this confidence of when he does drift inside and he's in a more central role, he does have that ability to play the right pass, to keep composed and take chances when he when needed. And with Garnacho, can he adapt? That's the question. And look, these questions haven't been answered yet. So for those that will go, you're not even giving them time. It's still early days, but I think there are reservations. I think there are absolutely reservations on some players of whether or not they can actually adapt, or do they have that ability to adapt. And some players, they're going to adapt quicker than others. And those that don't adapt quickly, again, it's going to either be you've got to speed up, otherwise you're going to be out the door. And that's not even, again, a lack of patience. I think that's just being ruthless. I mean, that's just being, that's what we ask for too. That's what we ask for. Clovis says we were supposed to give players time to adjust and adapt. When did that happen? Well, at the same time, we are, this is what I say about us talking out of both sides of our mouths, because we need to be ruthless. These players are shit. I remember you specifically, Clovis. I told you these players aren't good. Now we're going to tell you what, some of these players, they need more time. They need more time. Well, what do we want then? What do we want? Do we want do we want to get rid of a lot of these players? Do we want to say, well, you've only got to the end of the season to prove yourself. You're on trial until the end of the season. If you don't, you're out. Or do we go, actually, they need more time. These players need more time. They should have more time, because we know, we've always said, we know these players. We know a lot of them. We know how good they are, or how not good they are to a certain extent. So do we get fooled into that of, well, let's see, because what we seeing? What we seeing? We've got close to 1,900 people watching, which is fantastic. We did hit over 1K likes. So if you haven't already, click the like button. We've got just less than 30 minutes to go until kickoff at Old Trafford. Be sure to subscribe as well, bottom right-hand corner. Actually, where are we at in terms of subscribers? Let's have a look. We are at... Oh, look at that. Oh, perfect timing. I didn't even know that. Perfect timing. We got over 185,101. What a lovely number that is. On the road to 186,000, as well as the road to 200K too. And lots of people have been saying, oh, do you know what's happening at 200K? I don't know specifically. I haven't got it confirmed or anything like that. I don't think there are any concrete plans for what the plan is at 100K, 200K rather. I think there's a party. It might be 250. I'm not sure. We did have one at 100K which was like a thing at Toca Social, which was a lot of fun. I know there's people in the chat that were at the 100k party, so I don't know. I'm not sure what the plan is, but I would assume it would be another get together, whether that be at the end of the season or whenever we hit it or anything like that. But it's insane. I mean, I'm not a complete OG with United View. I think I came in. I think I've been going for like a couple of weeks, maybe like 3 weeks, perhaps. I think, but because I spoke to Flex when he started it. I did speak to Flex when he started it, and I think I came on for the first time like a couple of weeks in. I forget what my first stream was. We were talking transfer stuff. I think we were talking about. It might have been fullbacks. I think at the time there was like a story that Dallo was going to Dortmund or something, and we were going to get Kieran Trippier from Atletico, perhaps. But yeah, since early days. So the fact that we're at 185k now is just absolutely mental, to be honest with you. But it's all because of the UV community, watching from all over the world, as we saw earlier on. You guys make all of it possible. So yeah, it's incredible. Item Panda says Bruno is involved in 52% of our goals since 2020. Hey, Bruno Fernandes, what he does. And it's funny with Bruno, isn't it? We've spoken about him a lot recently. It's weird with Bruno Fernandes, because I still say that I get the criticisms. I do understand the criticisms. But then I think, you look at stats like that, and I think they get kind of put down a little bit as kind of, well, it doesn't matter. Of course, stuff like that matters. But at the same time, there are other things to look at in there and go, okay, as Red Baron mentions in the, Sciliano rather mentions in the chat there, we haven't scored actually a lot of goals since Bruno Fernandes came in. And on top of that, I still think there is this issue of an over-reliance on Bruno. And what I mean by that is, and hopefully we don't see this today, but sometimes, a bit like against Forest, even though he scored in that game, where you go, I tell you what, Bruno might need to come off today. He's not playing very well. He's doing Bruno stuff. He's doing some mad Bruno stuff, giving the ball away, doing this, doing that. You go, he's got to come off. He needs to come off. What we have seen on the rare occasion that happens against Forest, happened against Brighton earlier on this season, happened towards the end of last season. Remember there was like 2 or 3 games where Bruno wasn't playing because I think he was actually injured for the first time in his career. And then whenever he's out of the side, we go, I tell you what, actually, we don't really create many chances, do we? Oh, bloody hell, we're not really making that much, we don't really look that much of a threat. And that's a problem. That's a problem. The problem is that he can play badly, but you've got to keep him on because he's the only one that's going to create something, or he might be the only one that's going to score. You saw it against Spurs. First half, he's being wasteful, giving the ball away. He's getting good areas, but giving the ball away. And, people are like, oh, get him off. Second half, even though there were mistakes from the goalkeeper, he was involved. So you can't take him off unless we find someone that is just as much of a creative influence on the team and can create stuff, and we're not as over-reliant on Bruno. We're always going to have that problem, I think. We're always going to have that issue. And I think that is the Bruno conundrum, isn't it? I think that's the Bruno conundrum, and I think it always has been. So I still think doesn't feel like a natural replacement for him, especially at the moment. What are you going to do? Put Mason Mount in? He's not available. You're going to put Christian Eriksen in? He's on his way out in the summer. You can't build around that. So there's always these. It doesn't feel like there's a natural person to go in there at the moment either. Butter says, question. Now that Rashford has been dropped from the team sheet, does that confirm a Rashford move in January? I mean, look, I didn't think he was going to be involved today again. I think that Man United will work towards him going in January. I think that Rashford will probably will try to go in January. If this was May, then this would be totally different, wouldn't it? If it was May, this would be totally different. We'd be saying, yeah, he's going to go. January's just difficult, isn't it? There might be a loan they look at. But also the critical thing of moving Rashford on will also be about getting a replacement. You need to find, can't just let him go and get nobody in, but it's also difficult for to get the right players in January. Not impossible. It's also worth pointing out, not impossible. Did sign Bruno in January. We've signed players in January in the past. Vidic, Evra. You get like the likes of Liverpool. They signed in January. Cody Gakpo. I think Diaz was a January signing, wasn't he? City signed Julian Alvarez, I think, in January. So it's certainly not impossible whatsoever to sign players in January. It just is a bit more challenging, no doubt. That is the Manchester United starting 11. If you are just tuning in and you're wondering, Owen, what's the starting 11? It is Andre Onana in goal, a back three of Mazraoui, Maguire and Martinez. We've got wing-backs of Dalot and Terrell Malacia, who starts for Manchester United today on the left-hand side. So both wing-backs are on their more comfortable sides. Midfielders, we've got Ugarte and Kobbie Mainoo. Obviously, Ugarte, he's been playing all the games recently. He's been, again, brilliant. Kobbie Mainoo, he did actually come on, played the majority of the Manchester derby, didn't he? Replaced Mason Mount, so he starts today. The 10s are Bruno Fernandes and Amad Diallo. Diallo just on fire at the moment, isn't he? Scoring all types of goals, whether they're last-minute ones in the derby, whether he's winning penalties in the derby, whether he's chasing goalkeepers down and pressing them and getting goals at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. That's what he's doing at the moment. Amad. The only scary thing now is that when a team news comes out, or a team comes out and it doesn't have Amad in it, because I think they're still trying to manage his minutes. He has had a couple of injuries, particularly a big one last season. When the team news comes out and Amad's not involved, we go, oh, bloody hell, he's going to score goals for us today. So Amad being involved, of course, is a must. And Joshua Zirkzee starts up front for Manchester United. Got a goal on Thursday when he came off the bench. That means the bench is Bayern Deer, Evans, Ledi Yoro, who did well against Spurs on Thursday. Once more, they're just managing minutes. Of course, he was out for 3 months with that foot injury. Casemiro continues, I think, to be kind of phased out. Toby Collier, Christian Eriksen, Anthony Garnacho, and Højlund. MWK360 says, "What was Amad's injury last year? He got injured in pre-season, mate. Wasn't even available till, was it like November or just before Christmas? He was out for like the first half of the season, wasn't he? Because he got injured against was it Arsenal in the pre-season last year? So yeah, he missed a big chunk of that, and he's had a couple of knocks recently, hasn't he? So they've been trying to manage that too. No doubt about that. Some more quotes here from Ruben Amorim. He says, he says, what type of injury? It was a knee injury. I think it was a bad knee injury. Ruben Amorim says, if you perform, you will get the opportunity, especially if we have 3 games in 6 days. He was asked about Joshua Zirkzee. He said he will play more as a number 9 today, but we need fresh legs. Rasmus played the last 2 games, and I could see during training and the games for sure that Josh was really, really good in the end of the last match. So I want to give this confidence to the players. He also said we had 2 days to rest from a tough match. Harry returned. We saved him from the last game because he's coming back from an injury and didn't do 90 minutes for a long time. Now he's returning to the team. Onana returns. Malacia is fresh. Josh is fresh. Kobbie is fresh. So we tried to win the game and they know what to do. I think it's also been said that Marcus Rashford is actually at Old Trafford today as well. The suggestion was, there you go, that Marcus Rashford is at Old Trafford to watch the game from the stand. So if you're watching the cover, there's no way, basically, unless they can't find the image or they can't find, the view, they'll get prepared for a lot of Rashford sort of camera shots that are going to be happening today. There's going to be quite a few, because if you are just tuning in, yes, Marcus Rashford once more not selected in the Manchester United matchday squad. No illness or anything like that. It's just a case of selection, according to Ruben Amorim. One that is not in the squad, but that is due to illness, is Matthijs de Ligt. De Ligt, of course, he was ill, so he missed out against Spurs on Thursday. He's also ill today, so misses out against Bournemouth at Old Trafford. So that is the team news. We are over 1,000 likes. We still got close to 2K watching, which is brilliant. It's absolutely fantastic. So we're close to actually 1,100 likes. I don't actually know what the record is for a solo match view, what the likes are, to be honest with you. I think I want to say maybe like 1,500. I think we're like really close. I think we're really close to breaking that record. So yeah, let's see if we can get to like 2K or something on today. That would be that would be great. So if you haven't already, click the like button. Let's see if we can break records this close to Christmas. Wouldn't that be brilliant? Red Baron with a super chat says, Michael says it, get Florian Wirtz. Hey, there certainly are options. In the number 10 position, there are no doubt options out there. And also, look, I know sometimes when we talk about strikers, people say, what strikers are out there to get? There are definitely strikers out there. Bloody hell, we've got a great scouting network. They say Manchester United's got one of the best scouting networks in the world. We just got no idea how to use it. No idea how to use it, and no idea how to properly execute some of these deals. And it's funny, the summer window, doesn't it, with United? We kind of go back and forth a little bit on whether or not it was a good window. It felt like coming out of it that it was a good one, wasn't it? I think you look at Mazraoui, you go, that definitely 12, 13 million, passes the smell test, isn't it? Brilliant signing. That's worked out. You've got value for money. De Ligt, it's been a good signing. I don't know if it's necessarily hit the heights we thought. There's still time when it comes to that. Ugarte, early to judge. It feels quite early to judge whether or not that one's going to pay off or not. But he's done well so far. The Xerxes one, I question the recruitment. Not necessarily just because of, Josh Xerxes rubbish, he's not good enough. I just question the recruitment of buying that type of striker, by his own admission, that kind of 9.5 false 9. Where did they think he was going to fit? Like where did they think he was going to fit into the team, or that's what we needed? That's where I would sort of just go, okay, and maybe I'm just not seeing the vision there. Maybe I will see that one day, perhaps. I'm not sure. I don't know. Lenny Yoro, we still haven't seen enough of him to say whether it's good or bad either way. All of the reporting would suggest it's a great signing. I think against Spurs, we're seeing much closer to where he's at the moment, and I thought he actually did really well against Spurs. I think he did really, really well against Spurs. I think he showed really good recovery pace, and I think that right centre-back position might be actually perfect for him, because sometimes you're playing with a centre-back pairing and you're young. It might be a little bit too much for you in the Premier League, that kind of level of physicality. But I thought he looked actually really solid against Spurs. So hopefully, as he continues to build up his fitness, we see him more consistently. So I think the summer window was compared to the season before, bloody hell, the one before, that's not aged very well, has it? Indeed, that's when you go, oof. I don't know. You got the Mount one, the Højlund one. Not necessarily Højlund because he's bad, just Højlund for a lot of money. The Andre Onana one. He has had a good season, but he's got really shaky the last couple of games. So, yeah, there's still, and then of course the Erik ten Hag's first transfer window, bloody hell, that first transfer window, which was just pure chaos, pure madness. Anthony, 100 million euros, Casemiro, 70 million quid. The Eriksen signing I'll never fault, to be fair, because it's a free transfer. I do think we've actually got value for money there. I'll give credit for that. Martinez, I think, how much did we get him for in the end, Martinez? Was it like 60-ish? So I'll go, okay. I'll go, all right. Not a bad signing, I suppose. Malacia was like, how much was Malacia in the end? Was he like 12 million, maybe? Maybe a bit around that kind of point. Malacia cost. How much was he? It wasn't a lot, was he? £13 million. Didn't go too wrong with that. So, yeah, last few windows, not great. How much was actually Martinez? Am I talking about the Martinez transfer fee cost? Man United. I think it was around that. £56.7 million is what it was for Licha Martinez. Around that kind of number. So, yeah, last couple of windows were not ideal. We've got over 2K watching, which is still great. Kickoff, by the way, guys, 12 minutes time reminder. We're not televised today, so we'll try and sync up as best as we can. That's why we've got the timer, so you can pause and you can try and get to the right place. It also does mean, though, I might not be completely focused on the chat because I know there'll be people ahead of others and they'll be like, oh, and all that kind of stuff. And they'll be like, you saw it. It's one of my biggest bugbears, that is when you see in the chat before it happens. It's like, But people are further ahead. You can just see Maguire talking to Mazraoui there, having a chat. Of course, Maguire in the central centre-back position. I'll tell you what, actually, about Harry Maguire. While we've still got a few minutes left, I can put this bit up on the screen here about this story from The Athletic about Harry Maguire and his contract situation. It's an interesting one written by Laurie Whitwell, saying Manchester United face a dilemma in the negotiation for Harry Maguire's proposed deal, with the defender able to sign a pre-agreement with foreign clubs from January 1st. Now, Maguire's contract terms expire at the end of the season, but United have the option to trigger an extra year to 2026. However, should Maguire agree to a move to a team abroad next month, that might remove United's clause. Now, that matter would become complicated legally if the 31-year-old centre-back wants to push through a free transfer, as he's entitled to next summer as matters stand. Ultimately, should United try to activate Maguire's +1 after he has agreed with another team, then FIFA could step in to resolve. Typically, world football's governing body favours players in such disputes. United are in talks to give Maguire a new contract beyond the extra season, with him revealing earlier this week that conversations so far have been really positive. But there is an element of time pressure for United to find a solution, with Maguire able to talk to foreign clubs in less than a fortnight. Napoli reportedly are looking at defenders and are said to see Maguire as an attractive option, especially after the success of his United teammate Scott McTominay. Head coach Antonio Conte is fond of the players from the Premier League. Fenerbahce, managed by Jose Mourinho, who considered Maguire when he was the United boss, have a history of signing from England. Fred and Sofian Amrabat are in their squad. Galatasaray are keeping track of Maguire's situation too. In England, Ruud van Nistelrooy admired Maguire during their time together at United, and Leicester could offer an emotional pull to him. Of course, Maguire spent 2 years at the King Power Stadium before moving to United for £80 million in 2019. I think, look, with this Maguire stuff, Flex and myself spoke about it a bit, didn't we, recently? I'm not in favour of triggering the option. I'm not against Harry Maguire staying, but if he stays, I think a lot has to happen, to be honest, with his contract. The only way I see Maguire, I would have him stay, is if they agree a new deal. Let's say it's 2 years, 3 years, something like that. But it'd be on significantly less wages. I know a lot of people have been saying, well, we need 6 centre-backs. Was Flex's rationale. We need 6 centre-backs and Harry Maguire's 4th choice, and that's what it is. Well, to be honest with you, Manchester United cannot afford to have a 4th choice, not even a starting centre-back, on 190k a week. And it's not pocket watching. It's just, that's the reality of it, you know. Man United need to get the wage bill down, and you can't have him on 190k. You can't. You just can't. It's not even necessarily like, oh, he's not good enough to be the backup. He's good enough to be backup. We saw him against City. He was good. He was good in that game. Played really well. But not for 190k a week. You can't. So what Man United need to figure out is, if they are saying we're having talks and figuring out his contract further on, okay, cool. But it's got to be way, way less. You can't just trigger that and be like, well, we'll deal with it next time, because I don't think that's the right thing to do. I just don't. So yes, could stay as a squad player, but we've got to figure that out. You know, it's the same. It's the same as we've had it a few times recently, haven't we? The same with, and they're not the exact same situations, but Martial, 250k a week. If we could have kept him for like 100k, you know, maybe, but his fitness wasn't great. So you go, well, 250k a week. Sorry, can't keep that on the books. Varane, who's on like 300k a week, wasn't it? And it was like, he doesn't play a lot, and he was a starting centre back, but given his fitness record, and now he's retired, couldn't justify 300k a week. David De Gea was kind of the same. He was 375, wasn't he? Highest paid player at the week, and it was like, well, highest paid player at the club rather, 375k a week. Can't really justify it. And it's the same with Maguire. You know, if he's 4th choice, 5th choice, and he was on 70k a week, 75k a week, you go, all right, fair enough. But he's not. He's on 190k. So they've got to figure that out. So I wouldn't trigger it. I'd still have those conversations. He won't get 190k anywhere else. We're letting go centre-backs in the summer. You know, Lindelof's going, Johnny Evans is going, maybe Maguire's going. So we'll go for a couple more. And I would go with that. I really would. But we'll see. I just don't think it'd be the right move just to basically kick it down the road, essentially, and be like, well, 190k, because again, I think United have the leverage in that position. I think they do, to say, well, you're not going to get what you're on anywhere else. Where if you went to, let's say you went to Napoli, how much is he getting at Napoli? Let's be honest here. Actually, Napoli, go on to my favorite website, Capology, greatest website in the world. How much, out of curiosity, is Scott McTominay on? Let's have a look at Napoli. In terms of, I'll change that to pounds. Scott McTominay at Napoli is on close to 90, 88k a week. He's there, for reference, he's their 4th highest paid player at Napoli, close to 90k a week. And at Manchester United, I don't even know if that put him in the top half of earners, right? I wouldn't even put him in the top half of earners at United, yeah? So they should look at that. And bear in mind, the top earner at Napoli is Romelu Lukaku. He's on 120k a week. That's the top earner. Top earner. There's only one earner at Napoli above 100k a week. That is Romelu Lukaku. So, with McTominay, he's actually got more money than he was at United. Fair enough. But Maguire, if he was to go to Napoli, he would probably be in that bracket of around sort of 80 or 90. Really, that's where you'd be at. So, if you would say if you're willing to go to Napoli for 90k, 80k, wouldn't you just stay at United for that amount of money? Because if he was on that amount of money, let's put an example. Let's go to Man United on Capology. Man United, Capology, greatest website in the world. If he was on United, if he was at United and he was on, let's say, 90, again, he'd be on a similar kind of wage to like Dallo or Højlund, so that's the kind of money I'd be looking at him staying on. But whether or not that will happen, I don't know. I don't know. We're only 4 minutes away from kickoff, guys. Bloody hell, that went quick, didn't it? Indeed, it went quick. Got to make sure I'm on the right screen and everything. We've got close to 1,300 people watching. Players are in the tunnel. Super chat from Mike B says 75k a year, no more than that. I think referring to Harry Maguire. Players coming out. Bloody ass loud. Turn it down. Just blow my ears off. As the players walk out onto the pitch. And Garsh just says, Owen, he wants playing time. Well, that would be the other thing then, wouldn't it? It said if you want playing time, you won't get that at United. Well, as consistently as you might at other teams. And with the World Cup coming up. So that's why I just say, those conversations are the ones they need to have with Harry Maguire. If you want to stay, it'd be on less. We don't want to trigger the extension. Oh, and bear in mind, if you do accept this new contract for less, we're not going to play you as much because, we've got other players we would prefer to start. So, and he's like, well, World Cup's coming up and I want to be involved in that. So there is a lot of conversations to be had there, I think. But Ruben Amorim walks out. Lenny is out there as well. Anthony. Everyone looks to be in high spirits at Old Trafford today. We're going to break the judge today, folks. That's what we're going to do. We're going to break the judge. No KG. I'm on the solo one. We're going to break the judge. We've got to believe. Right. It's been an up and down week for United, hasn't it? Indeed. I just heard that. They said that on commentary. Up and down week. It's been obviously a late winners in the derby, which we were euphoric about. And then we got a loss in the Carabao Cup. Indeed. So, yes. A reminder, guys, as well. This stream is brought to you by Fail Forward. You can see there on the sidebar, you can see there beneath me here. There you go, right there. You can scan the QR code and you can use the code UnitedViewFF. You can get 20% off your next purchase, which includes hoodies like this, t-shirts, apparel, hats, all that kind of stuff too. Red Baron says, does the Premier League know we'll just stream the match? Hopefully, hopefully we get to a point in the future where just... As I said, if the Premier League want to make... Premier League makes a lot of money anyway, but if they want to get to the point where, they win, they get all this money, just put it into one thing, right? Put it into one app or something, have everyone all over the world pay for a subscription, and then you make a load of money. But I think they make more money from media rights fees because, of course, what gets people watching nowadays, it's two things. It's either news or it's sports. That's what gets people watching, isn't it? Steffi Jake's been a man for 21 months. Says, let's win this for Grandma Gillian Dane Hawks at Gary Hawks. Is there something in reference to that in the chat that I've missed? It says, please shout out to my grandma Gillian Hawks. Passed away yesterday at 2 a.m. Love UV fam. She loved OWEN and Diallo. Oh, thank you very much, Gary. I'm really sorry to hear that. Condolences to your family. And I hope everyone's doing well. I hope you're doing well in this that difficult time, particularly around the holidays. Shout out to you. Big up to KG in the chat as well. Says, shout out my bro. Hopefully we break the curse today. Yes, both of us. Hopefully we break the curse. Hopefully that's what we do, Mr. the Comedian. As we await kickoff at Old Trafford. Remember, try and sync up with the timers as best as you can, folks. There might be a bit of a delay because, how these things work. And we're off. We're off at Old Trafford. No funny business today, United, please. It's Christmas. You've got to give us something. Something to cheer about, at least. Something, please. Here's Maguire. Martinez puts it out wide. First touch for Terrell Malacia. It goes Cobby. Oh, a bit of a short pass, though, there by Cobby Mainoo. Bruno Fernandes wins it back. Ref gives a free kick. Come on, United. Come on, United. We really need this today as well. We really, really, really need this win. Super chat from Michael says, how's the game on not on TV for you guys? I have the game on TV from Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, there are just, on Sundays here in the UK, you get your Super Sunday games, which you get the 2 o'clock game, which I'm not even sure what it is today, actually. Someone can let me know what the 2 o'clock game is. And then you get the sort of main event game, which, I'm not sure what that is. But you get other games that are not televised, a bit like the 3 p.m. That's a ball through by Kirkes, and Andre Onana's out to claim that one. Like I said, I think just hopefully that all changes at some point. I never thought I'd say it, but thank God for Andre Onana being back between the sticks. Yeah, Brian Deere, bit of a zoom in on him on the bench. They're talking about the how windy it is at Old Trafford. Oh, watch out. Oh, bloody hell. Onana. He gave the short pass to Ugarte and had a player coming up to him. It was close. Ball over the top, though. Xerxes tried to put some pressure on. He's not happy. He says he thinks he was pushed. Kepa in goal. Kepa Arrizabalaga. Remember him? Does he still have the record for the most expensive goalkeeper as well? Kepa. So in general, bloody hell, Maguire, that was not a good pass of his left foot. Leach is trying to battle. Yeah, he gets the ball back off Semenyo. He does well there. Pass the ball to Ahmad, though. Ahmad, not a great touch, loses it. Those difficult areas. Yeah, I was going to say, just with, in general, those high-profile transfers, the big transfer fees. I think I saw like a list of them the other day. And they were like, the 10 most expensive transfers ever. And like 70% of them, they never get to the expectations that you would think, do they? They never live up to those expectations. How could a lot of them? Bournemouth just knocking it about the back here. Again, a lot of people watching Kirkes today. Linked to United. Ball over the top. Oh, I tell you what, was that not a high foot? Yeah, referee gives it in the end. Just went to flick it and it was close to Mazraoui's head. I mean, I tell you what, I don't know if you guys saw this. It was a story. Well, not a story. It was an instant really with Donnarumma with PSG. They were playing Monaco, And it was one of those ones with the keeper, as you should, go down towards their feet, try and grab the ball. And the Monaco player, boots right in the face, cut his cheek like that. Oh, horrible to look at. I think they said he didn't even get a red card, which was kind of mad. As Bournemouth playing it around the back. Actually, see if I can get up some match stats we can talk about during the game as well. Get all the tabs open. There you go, what you call it, and the thingy. Shout out Mr. the Comedian. United get the ball back. Good spin there by Dallo. And give it away again. I tell you what, first sort of 5 minutes here, I don't know how many sort of completed passes we've done. Because every time we try and pass the ball forward, we just give it straight back to Bournemouth. I mean, they've got nearly 70% possession in this opening 5 minutes. Man, I just need to sort of settle a little bit here. Get some things going. Well, that's a heavy touch from Kirkez. Ahmad takes it off him. Here's Ugart. Good switch of play that. Out to Malacia. Oh, poor touch. Go straight out of play for a throw-in. That's what I mean. Just a bit of a sloppy start here from United. You can see rubbish swirling around on the pitch. And I'm not talking about the players either. I remember one of the first games I went to watch as a young lad was Manchester United versus Spurs at Old Trafford. It was 3-0 that day. I think Ronaldo scored. David Bellion, remember him, scored. And the wind was awful. There was like a rubbish twister going around the pitch of crisp packets. I remember trying to get back on the train. They were all delayed because of the weather. It was a long day. Here's Kobe Mainu. Joshua Zirkzee. Ball kind of got stuck under his feet. Went past the player a little bit there. Here's Bruno Fernandes. Good pass that to Kobe Mainu. Good turn. A bit of a heavy touch. Forced to Ahmad. Oh. Saved by Kepa. But the ball was kind of sort of bouncing around all over the place a little bit. Wasn't the best build-up. It was Kobe did the turn and he kind of did an awkward touch. And it was Smith actually. Passes it from Bournemouth. Passes it into Ahmad. And he took the shot. Comfortable save in the end though by Kepa. But first shot for Manchester United. But he's been on fire. In his last 10 games, Ahmad scored 4, set up 6, and got a penalty as well. That's Ahmad. That's Amad Diallo, isn't it? That's how much form he's on. 4 goals, 6 assists, 1 a penalty in his last 10 games. It's been him. You know, you're going to talk about players of the season, actually. It's Ahmad and Mazraoui. That's who it would be between. Probably Ahmad might start shading it now of his recent form. Maguire, it's not a good pass. Goes out for a throw-in. And actually Ahmad has a turnaround and has a go at him. So to say, what's that? 7 minutes gone, still 0-0. You can actually hear the wind properly swirling at Old Trafford. It's Bournemouth. The thing is, this is also the part we were talking about before the game. They nip the ball around nicely. Sabani on the ball. Very, very comfortable. Iriola's done a great job. You can't argue against that. And they struggled. Beginning of last season, I forget how many games it was, but they couldn't pick up points for love nor money. And then just started getting it together, and they've kind of gone on from there since. Long ball up the pitch by United, straight back to Bournemouth. Again, opening sort of 8 minutes, can't really just keep a hold of the ball. Right, Ahmad, we've got the ball back now. Ahmad, is he going to try and travel? That's going to be a free kick. Referee gives it. It was a foul by Clivert in the end. Here's Malacia. Oh, short pass again. It was behind Kobe Mainoo. And I tell you what, you've got to be careful now. On the transition, this is where we get caught out. Shoots! Luckily, straight at Andre Onana, which, by the way, is not a prerequisite for it not going in. Because it's a bit like Gibbs-White. To be honest, it was almost like a repeat of the Gibbs-White one a couple of weeks ago, where it's a pass behind the player. They have a shot, completely central. This time, Onana doesn't dive out the way of it. And that's a free kick to Bournemouth. We just haven't, for this first sort of 9 minutes or so, just haven't been able to put any passes together. Just keep giving it away. It's not been a sharp start by United at all. Maguire dives in. The foul in the end. Andre Onana going to be setting up his wall. But so many passes thus far been very, very short indeed. I spoke about I was excited to see Malacia start, and he's not had the best one so far. Still early days, of course, but United got to wake up. As we're about to, we're in the 10th minute. We're going to head into the 11th. It's going to be a free kick to Bournemouth. Who's going to take? It's probably going to be Clivert or Christie are standing over. Christie with the ball in towards the back post. Set piece, set piece. Semenya thought about a hit. It was Ouattara, and in the end, offside's given. We look so vulnerable from set pieces, don't we? Bloody hell. Was it just offside? I don't know if it is offside either. I think he might be. It's very tight. Very, very tight. Maybe it was the second one. Iriola's just watching on. They've started the better team, no doubt about that. Can't argue with that. Andre Onana with a long kick up the pitch. Hopefully United can just wake up maybe and make something of this. Getting a bit of a slow start. Is Ugarte. Kind of just wrestled to the ground there by Christie. United win a free kick. It's quite... you can just hear the Bournemouth fans again. It's quite quiet. Oh, Martinez nearly caught out. Oh, that probably sums up United, honestly, in this opening sort of 12 minutes. Nearly caught out. Short pass. Get away with it just about, though. Cobby's trying to go past players. He's claiming for a handball. It's not given. I'd be thrilled. We'll work Ruben Amorim with this. Like I said, quite quiet Old Trafford, but you can't really blame him, can you? Here's Bruno Fernandes. Xerxes. Ahmad. Ugarte. That's a bit better. Like just literally 3 or 4 passes. Just connect 3 or 4 passes. Not asking a lot. Dallo tries to take on the fullback. Couldn't go past him. Goes back though. Mazraoui. It's not a great ball in. Ugarte, how's your touch? I tell you what, he asked a lot for Martinez there. Man United win a foul. I thought it was just a bit of a coming together there. Semenya's a bit confused by it, but we'll take it. Let's have a look. Yeah, like I said, I didn't really see much in it. It wasn't really anything. It's just a 50-50. And it was just kind of strength. But United have the free kick. Now, we're not known for getting much from set pieces or free kicks, particularly when Bruno's standing over. So let's see if we can get anything going. Bruno Fernandes. Ball into the box. Towards nobody. Mazraoui goes all the way back to Onana. I went with 3-2 for this game. So It will speed up eventually, maybe. Watch the first goal goes in. But, look, it's been like this. I remember when we played Everton, we won that game 4-0, wasn't it? First 21 minutes, we were horrid in that game. And once we got the first goal, we started to play some better stuff. That's kind of just where United are at, isn't it? Leach up, sort of volleys it up the pitch, asking Emma to run after it. Long ball. They wanted offside for United, but it carries on. Semenyu's on the ball. And Kirkes. Now, Bournemouth are just playing out from the back. It's very quiet at Old Trafford, isn't it? It's very quiet at Old Trafford. You can hear the Bournemouth fans, but that's about it. It's not a great, not the best match so far. We're about 75 likes away from 1400. If you haven't already, click the like button. We've got good like to viewer ratio right now. Long ball by Christie. Too much for Kirkes over his head. It's out for a throw. And we're nearly at 15 minutes gone. Still 0-0. No real chance of from either side, but because they made best chance for Ahmed. Fouled him a bit fortuitously. Tried a left foot shot. Kepa with a comfortable save. But not the best quality on show from either side, really, thus far. That throw has just come straight back to United, but now Bournemouth give it away. That's a good ball, that. Bruno Fernandes, he's on the end of it. He's got to go out for a throw. It was Tyler Adams who defended that well for Bournemouth. Oh, I forgot it's Tottenham-Liverpool today. That's the other game. Hey, that's fair enough for a Super Sunday. Here's Kobbie Mainoo into the box. What's your feet like? Trying to go past the player. Adams, once again, can't get past him. And he also wins a Bournemouth throw. Does well. Of course, if there's any other scores in the any of the games, we'll let you know, of course. As things stand, Manchester United currently in 12th on 23 points. Level with Spurs. They've got to play Liverpool later, of course. But still plenty of time to go in this Sunday game, 3 days before Christmas. Can United get into the top half for Christmas? A Christmas miracle, otherwise known. Harry Maguire goes all the way back to Onana. It's bouncing. It's not easy. I tell you what, Onana's asked a lot of Maguire there, actually, as well. Puts him in a difficult position. Oh, and Maguire's made a bit of a pig's ear. They both have. If this leads to a goal, I'll be furious. Right, so Ugarte clears it up, thank God. But I tell you what, they both made a mess of it. They both made a mess of that. Ball out to Amad Diallo. We win a throw. Yeah, it was Maguire gave a bad ball back to Onana. Onana then gave an even worse ball to Maguire. And they just knew it was bouncing around. It was going to lead to something bad. But we get away with it. Martinez goes back to Onana. Going to have to probably go long. There aren't really many options on. He's aiming for Xerxes. Nowhere near him. Ahmad's got the ball in some space in the middle of the pitch. Travel. He's looking for maybe just a bit of energy. Something in this game. Needs a spark. Bruno Fernandes, he's travelling. He's going to take a shot. Shoots! Straight at Kepa. Like I said, you just feel like this game maybe just needs something. I mean, he's asking people to move. Takes the shot, goes for the Bruno Hollywood, but there was nothing really on. But Kepa doesn't have to do anything that much about it. United with 2 shots, 2 on target now. United have the ball back. They went for a long ball. Bournemouth flicked on, but there was nobody there. And still a bit flat. Andre Onana's on the ball. He's looking for something. There's literally, it's so static. Long ball goes for Xerxes, doesn't win the header. Bournemouth get it back. I mean, Bournemouth got us for that. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of movement. Things are quite static. Onana has to go long and there's nothing there. Bournemouth go for the long cross. Matara tries to keep it in. Ahmad. Oh, nearly. He's going to press. He's going to go. Kirk has just managed to do enough, and then it's gone all the way back to Kepa. There's been nearly 20 minutes in this. Still 0-0. Smith for Kluivert. Maguire's now up against him. Kluivert scored. He scored a hat-trick of penalties a couple of weeks ago, I think it was. Something like that, wasn't it? I think it was a hat-trick of penalties. Yeah, it's very flat, this game thus far. Very flat. Long ball up the pitch. Bruno's going to try and chase it. Kepa clears it. Bournemouth have the ball back. And Bournemouth once again have the ball. Bournemouth just shading it in terms of possession at the moment. Still pretty close. Bournemouth 54% to United's 46%. 20 minutes gone. Still 0-0. Ouattara. Ball in the box. Maguire gives it to Mazraoui. United comfortable. Mazraoui put himself into trouble there. Did a heavy touch. Another ball in. Andre Onana claims that. There you go. You're just hearing from the United crowd there. They're going, come on, do something. Look, they can hear him. And Onana's got the ball in his hands. He's telling people to calm down. I think if anyone was any further calm, you know, they wouldn't have a pulse, Andre. United, the crowd starting to chant United. And bloody hell, I mean, from the time that Onana caught the ball there to when he kicked it, must have been about 10 seconds. Good pass by Balasia. Bruno Fernandes, early cross. Oh, it's towards Xerxes, but two white shirts around him. Oh, you guys, so good. I tell you what, in that area there, wins the ball back. He just wins those duels every time. I'm telling you, wins it every time. He's so good in those areas. And that's why I actually felt bad for him against Spurs on Thursday, because he wins the ball in those areas. And he just has a bad pass by Harry Maguire, short towards Kobbie Mainoo. Here comes Bournemouth again. Semenya. And a bad pass from then. God, this game lacks quality. And that's why I felt, like I said, felt bad for Ugarte, because he wins the ball in actually a really good area there. And then he gives a pass to someone and it just gets given away. And it's such a waste. That's a foul. Kobbie with a foul on Christie. And it's a Bournemouth free kick. Just going, come on, United, do something. Do something. Please just... Where's the spark? We need a spark. Need the spark indeed. 22 minutes gone. And also, what's funny too is that for all the chat about Harry Maguire, 22 minutes on the ball in those central areas, he actually looked way more comfortable being on the right-hand side so we could just ping for crossfield passes. Because when he's central and he's flat, yeah, like he's not comfortable. He's not comfortable. And this is what I was saying to Flex the other day. I was going, I'm just 190k for a backup. Like there's just no justifying it, is there? There just isn't. There's no justifying that wage like that. Good flick by Kobbie. Malacia. Xerxes. Malacia goes down. Referee's not having any of it. That's got to be a foul. Maguire's just... Now, the only thing was the Malacia one a foul, but the Maguire one's definitely a foul. No way. How could it not be? I wonder if they'll show the replay. There you go. That's a foul. He didn't get the ball. I don't know what Maguire's complaining about. He's gone through the back of him, man. Oh. Just not a lot of intensity. Not a lot of just anything thus far. And this is dangerous space. Kluivert's got the ball about 25 yards out. No real... Well, he slips in the end. But... Oof. No one's picking him up at all. Maguire has to back off. And everyone just keeps backing off. And he just slips in the end. United get away with it a little bit. Ugarte. Okay, well, Cobby gives it away again now. And look, there have been a couple of times in this first half, with Cobby, where, in fairness, maybe the pass into him hasn't been the best one, but he's given it away in those areas a couple of times. I'm watching. Pressure him, pressure Kepa. I've mentioned it a couple of times recently. He just looks a bit rusty. Here's Ahmad. Here is Cobby again. Bruno Fernandes. You can hear the wind, by the way. Dallo. Out to Ugarte. Just in these areas, it's a bit slow. Martinez. Heavy, barely keeps it in. Ugarte. And problem is when it's like this, look, you're not going to have to go back again. It's just a bit static. Maguire tries to step forward. Ugarte. Tries the ball over the top towards Xerxes. Don't go anywhere. Ball kept in. Martinez. Cobby. Malacia. Is that going to be a corner? We've got a corner! Oh, something. Not that it probably will go past the first man at all, but come on. Anything, please. Oh, my God. I mean, again, you can hear, by the way, when they move the ball forward, you can hear on the pitch side mics just how windy it is. It sounds like everyone in the stadium's like collectively standing up, but it's not. It's the wind. Ball in. Didn't be the first man. Luckily, the first man was a United player, so it flicked on a bit. God, get Bruno Fernandes off corners. For the love of God. I mean, Christ. Just literally, just where's Phil Jones? Get him out of retirement to take corners. Please. And corners are shit. Every game with those corners. Oh. United trying to press, but Bournemouth play out of it. Here they come. Semenya cuts inside. Good block that by Dallo. That's good defending. That's a really good block by him. Still 0-0. You can hear the rain trickling now too. We're 4 likes away from 1,400 likes, by the way, guys, which is fantastic. If you haven't already, click the like button and be sure to subscribe too whilst you're at it. What's happened there? God, Malacia went mental. He went right up to the linesman. Let's have a look. I think that's a United throw, yeah. I think Malacia's right to feel aggrieved on that one. He doesn't look happy at all, does he? Oh, did he give a free kick? I thought he gave a throw. I didn't even think it was a foul. Think of a foul. I thought it was just Malacia was complaining about it being a throw, not a free kick. Ball in. Head up. There you go. There you go. There you go. Well, I said I wasn't sure if it was a free kick or whatever, but here's a shocker, folks. Here's a shocker, folks. Manchester United have conceded from a set piece. Again. How many times do we want to concede from a set piece? We can't beat the first man when we take a set piece, when we take a corner, when we take a free kick. But if it's any other team, they can get the ball in the box fine. Why? Why? I tell you what, it's 30 minutes ago. It's been a putrid first half. It's been just the biggest sack of shit. It's Xerxes. You can't even complain. It's not even. It's not Martinez or anything like that. It's a tall guy. He's nowhere near it. Just nowhere near it. One of the tallest players in the team. I mean, he's nowhere near headering it as well, by the way. And he just glances it in. We are so fragile. But this is what I was saying. Is that even a free kick? I didn't think it was a free kick. I thought it was a throw. And the free kick itself is really, really soft. But, I mean, I don't think it's a free kick in the first place. But just Man United from set pieces, we're just so shit. Whether it's taking them or conceding from them, we're fucking rubbish. Xerxes heading free air. It's just honestly. And again, is that the set piece coach? Mate, how'd you have a job? We're rubbish at set pieces. God, this season, man, honestly. It's been a rubbish first half, isn't it? It's been just, honestly. Oh, and we can't pass the ball, honestly. In terms of like, we're nearly 31 minutes into it. Oh my God, it's just bad. Evan Nielsen, no Nana. I know you can hear grumbles. And I tell you what, I don't blame him. You can hear grumbles. Evan Nielsen, he peels off Maguire here, and it just hits it. And I don't know, and Onana, to be honest, I'm thinking of holding it. He spills it out. Luckily, there's no other Bournemouth player there, because if there is, it's a tap-in. Oh. Wake up, Man United, honestly. That short pass towards Dalot. Dalot gives to Ahmad. Dalot. Even Ahmad's pass has been short. Ahmad trying to go past a couple of players. Is that going to be a United ball? It should be. That's Man United corner. Something. Well, actually, what the fuck am I going on about? Actually, going on about corners? We can't beat the first man. I don't know why I'm getting excited about us having a corner. Well, no, actually, maybe. Ahmad standing over it. That's good. It's not Bruno over it. So maybe this beats the first man, guys. Let's live in hope, please. Amad Diallo, in swinger. Beat the first man, I beg. Flicked on. Oh. At least it was better. Malacia wins it back. Bruno Fernandes towards the back post, towards Leacher. Heads it back across. Put back in. Well, kind of. Bruno goes down. Is that going to be a free kick? It is a free kick. I tell you what, just get Ahmad on all the corners, please. Because at least then, that was a bit of danger. That wasn't the dipper right towards whoever's at the front post's feet. There's something a bit of dangerous. It's a bit of danger. Oh. Now, can we score from a set piece? Oh. Man United 1-0 down for a set piece, if you are just joining us. You got Ahmad, you got Bruno standing over it. Who's going to take? Is it going to be Bruno or is it going to be Ahmed? Bruno. Into the wall. Oh. Have Ahmed on free kicks as well. Malacia. Ball in. I tell you what, it should be a foul then. Yeah, bring it back, referee. You got that one right. He did right there. He played on, but it was a foul on Malacia. And to be honest, we haven't really seen Malacia or Dallo that high enough in the game thus far. It was a good touch by Maguire, a good flick on. It was a follow through by the Bournemouth player. Right, who's going to take this? Who's going to take it? It's Bruno. Honestly, Bruno, I just... Who's it going to be, Bruno? Come on. Bruno. That wasn't a bad one. It was towards Ugarte. Well done, Malacia. I tell you what, it's corner ball. Well done. Corner ball. Oh, who's going to take this? On the left. This is going to be a Bruno set piece as well. That was a better cross. Takes it short. To Ahmed. Ball in. Flicked on. Oh. Oh, nearly hooked in. Mazraoui. Xerxes flicks it on. Oh, Maguire nearly there. Nearly. Big Mo says, Owen, stop mentioning Bruno if you're just going to moan. Jesus Christ. The only one moaning, Big Mo's, it looks like it's you. A minute ago, you were saying about don't praise Ahmad. So, pipe down. Just because your name's big doesn't make you it. Jeez. Currently 1-0. Here's Ahmad. Cobby. Mazraoui. Short pass. Here come Bournemouth. That's a foul. It's gonna be a yellow. It's gonna be a yellow. Cynical. Yellow card. Yeah. Cynical one. And I get we're our own worst enemy. Short passes. Less than 10 minutes to go to half time. 1-0 down. And Man United hopefully deal with this. Bruno. Man United throw. Hey, Man United's passing today. It's been shocking. Amount of short passes. Giving it away like that. It's just not been good enough at all. Not been good enough at all. We're 50 likes away from 1,500 likes. If you haven't already, click the like button. Oh. It's soft, but it's clumsy from Malacia. Goes in the back of him. Super chat from Jadine says, it's just plain torture watching United, especially Bruno. I mean, as things stand, Man United back into 13th. And I tell you what as well, I mean, it's the same area, this free kick, than what happened last time. So I'm worried. I'm worried. Well, I'm worried for any set piece, to be honest with you, because we just concede from set pieces. It's a different one this time. Well, they made a complete mess of that. Right, now I got to go a long ball towards Ahmad. Oh, tried to get a touch to go past the player. This is why what we were saying to sort of people from like City or opposition fans last weekend, wasn't it? You know, like obviously we beat City. We were like, if anything, it's a bigger indictment on City than it is on us. Like Man City are so bad at the moment that they lost to this Man United side, who aren't good. They're not good at all. Ugarte. I mean, it's heavy by Bruno Zux. He tried to run onto it, but Kepa gets out to it. There's good positioning from the goalkeeper. I think the defender might have got it. Martinez. It's a better pass out towards Bruno. Bruno again. Dallo. Ahmad. Cuts it back. Bruno. Oh, that's a chance. That's a chance. United's best bit of play of the whole match. Cuts it back. Bruno Fernandes. Inside the box. He's got to get it on target. Drags it wide. Comes from Ahmad. He's got to get it on target. I don't think it's even that close. It's quite comfortably wide in the end. Ketchadil says, Owen, you guys will wake up soon. Nothing has changed. Bournemouth too fast. We need Rashford and Garnacho up front. We don't have pace. Well, I think Rashford's on his way out. And to be fair with Garnacho, yeah, I don't think after the game midweek, I don't think you could make an argument to start him. He might come on, but he came on against Spurs and he was shocking. This is a chance, Cobby! Bruno! Oh, it's another chance. You've got to take them. Best chance of the game. Mainu, and that's going to be a corner. Xerxes put a bit of pressure on him. They make a mess of it. Pumas in. It's a 3v2. 3v2. Cobby with the right pass. I mean, to be honest, it's a pretty comfortable save, actually, from Kepa in the end. It's a pretty comfortable one. Ball in from Ahmad. It's a good one. Oh. I think Old Trafford forward got in. This is why I'm saying get Ahmad on corners, man. Look at that. That's 2 corners he's taken. Dangerous every time. I think United forward had gone in. Who actually got the head to it? It just hits the Bournemouth player and just goes wide. I mean, that's now, in the last minute, Bruno, nearly an own goal. I mean, that's like 3. Another one by Ahmad towards the back post. Martinez heads wide. And now this is the annoying thing. This is the annoying thing, isn't it? Bournemouth are 1-0 up. We haven't been good in this half year. Bournemouth are 1-0 up. We could have had at least like 3 goals. Now, we could have had at least a couple of goals. And we've just conceded another, we've conceded from another stupid set piece. Out to Ahmad again on the right. If there's anything positive coming from United thus far today, it's from him. Certainly last 10 minutes or so, United have woken up. See, Bruno had the cutback, the pass from Cobby to Bruno, which maybe wasn't the best pass. That one nearly from the own goal. Martinez to Cobby. Bruno! Oh! I thought that was in. I thought that one was in. Have a look at this. Bruno, 25 yards out. It's quite far wide in the end, actually. I mean, United knocking at the door now, in fairness. Absolutely, United have working up. It's our best spell of the half by far, last 5-10 minutes. Bruno flicks it on to Malacia. Go on, get something before half-time. You're knocking at the door. Cobby. Into the box. Still keeps going. Cobby. He didn't need to. He did all the hard stuff. And he went for the shot. And he's on the way down as well. Managed to get in the box, past a player. Managed to get past another one. He doesn't need to. Could have just laid it off. Now, Bournemouth now just want to get to half-time. But are knocking on the door. They've had chances. It was 1 minute of stoppage time. Ugarte gets it back. Come on, there'll be one more. There'll be one more chance, surely. All given away there. The only problem is just with this United team, is just we're knocking on the door at the moment, getting some chances, but you just know how frail we are. Bruno gives away a free kick. Poor touch, gives away a foul. Ruben Amorim once again looking pretty pissed off on the touchline. It's not as if we haven't had chances, I think that's the positive you can take out of not a huge amount of positivity from the first half. And that is half-time. Half-time. And it's Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 1. I mean, story of that half, you probably look at, that for the first, 35 minutes, Manchester United were absolutely shit. They were awful. Couldn't pass the ball. Looked slow. Really, really pedestrian. Not really doing all that much. Concede once again from a set piece where it's for all intents and purposes a free header. And then for the last 10 minutes, we wake up. The last 10 minutes, we go, right, we're going to participate in this game. You get Bruno have 2 chances. Nearly score from an own goal. He took a shot from far out. So it's not actually it's not a huge amount in the game, in fairness, It's not a huge amount in the game. It's just the same, isn't it? It's just the same old, which is we know a lot of these players aren't good enough. They're massively, massively inconsistent. But at the same time, we come out of that going, actually, we probably should be level. In terms, if you're going to look at, again, big chances created, they've scored one from a set piece. We should have at least got a goal in that half. But if you can't be clinical, and what you can't do is you can't just drift through games. And that's what we did for 35 minutes of it. We've just drifted through 35 minutes, very static, not that much intensity. Then when they've scored, we've woke up a little bit and gone, all right, okay, cool. Now we're gonna start trying to play. Now we're gonna start, creating chances. Now we're gonna start actually putting a decent ball in at set pieces. Get Bruno Fernandes away from corners, because every time we've looked dangerous from a corner, it's been off the right when Ahmad's had the in-swinger. So even if it's out-swinger Ahmad on the other side, do it. I think Maguire struggled at centre-back at points as well. Looks like he's struggling on the ball. He's better off at the right centre-back point. Once again, if you're going to say, the two best players would be Ahmad and Ugarte. Ahmad looks like he's the only one that's going to really sort of create anything. Ugarte's winning the ball in certain areas. Bruno's being Bruno in the sense of you're going, well, actually our best chances, they come from him, because whether it's cutting the ball back or him taking shots. But the best chance is probably the one where Cobby gives him the ball. It's not maybe the best pass. It's bouncing a little bit, ends up in a comfortable save. For Kepa. So it is there. It is there for United to take, and it is there for United for the chances have been created, but we're just vulnerable. We can't, from set pieces, it feels like every single time the opposition has a set piece, it looks like we're going to concede, and just some of the players in general just aren't good enough. That's just that's it. Some of the players just aren't all that. And that's where we're at. We've got over 2,200 people watching. If you haven't already, click the like button. Let's see if we can get to 2K. And also be sure to subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. Super chat from Dan says, we miss Ahmad on the wing. Dallo too defensive in this system. Need the attacking outlet from the wing to push their defence back. Well, that's also the part of it. But again, this was particularly in the first 35 minutes, because this is the other part. Sometimes our passing is so shit. Our passing, the amount of short passes we do in that first 35 minutes, the amount of times misplayed passes or short passes, and then our wing backs are just pinned back. We're in a flat back five, so then we've got no real width. When we actually get our wing backs up high and wide, suddenly it looks like we're going to create a bit more. But that's just where we are. We've seen a version of this performance. From United so often this season, which is just a couple of chances. We're just edging possession. We've actually had more shots, same amount on target, but it just doesn't. We don't feel threatening. And there isn't this sort of quick intensity there. And if you are an opposition team playing against United, you think, well, if we just sort of sit back a bit, we'll get set pieces. They'll also give us opportunities by giving away sloppy passes, and we'll be in. So now I'm worried about second half. I'm going, just don't concede early on. Have a quick start. That's kind of where we're at. Let me see if I can call Flex. Let's see what he's saying in that first half. Of course, he is at Old Trafford. Let's see if we can hear from him. His thoughts inside the stadium, of course, if he picks up. Maybe he doesn't want to talk about it.
Yes, mate.
Jurgen Fleck, you are live on your own channel.
Do I have to be?
Well, it's sort of same old, really, isn't it? With Manchester United.
Same old, mate. Who's like Lenny Yora's going to come on at half time. He's warming up in the centre circle. I can tell you that. Mate, that's got to be for Malacia, that has, because he's been struggling. And then you probably put Dallo left wing back, and then put Mazraoui in there. It just honestly, leave Dallo right wing back, and then put Mazraoui. No, Dallo will go to left wing back. Mazraoui will go right wing back.
Yeah.
And then put Yaliora in there. Mate, we can't keep the ball. They're slow with the ball. And just giving away the ball as well, really, really shocking.
Short passes.
And short passes, slow passes. And if you're an away team coming here, you're just like, this is just easy.
Yeah.
Like, it's just really easy. Like, I know that we're saying we're having more control in games and we can see what we want to do. But when the application is as low as that, it's easy for any team to play against us. We could have been playing against Wolves here today, and they would have found it this season. Bournemouth are a good team.
Yeah. And
as for the goal we concede, I mean, Joshua Zirkzee, I don't know what the hell he's doing.
Yeah.
Like, he's just, you're a big, strong boy. That's one of your attributes. That's supposed to be one of your strengths. And that Howson, is that how you pronounce his name?
Yeah. He's just nowhere near him.
He's just nowhere near, and you just see Zirkzee sort of closing his eyes, header in the thin air, thinking that he might get it. It's just pathetic.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it back there. Look, what is he doing?
Yeah.
He thinks he's actually going to win that ball. And it's just, again, another game, another set piece. And then we start giving the ball away, getting sloppy. Old Trafford inside here, they're just fed up with how slow we're moving.
That's
the ball.
what I was
Going
noticing.
backwards.
Watching it, I was that first 35 minutes, the crowd were silent, but you can't
Crowd
blame
on
them.
them.
You know what I mean? Because they're like, well,
exactly.
nothing's happened. There's one
nothing
point,
going on.
Onana claimed the ball, and he must have taken 30 seconds before he actually kicked it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was
They're
just
slowing it down, and then there's that.
It's mad. And then the annoying thing is too, and actually you get to half time, and you actually go, we should probably be level. The amount of chances actually we did have.
Yeah, we've had chances.
The end of it.
There's a few speculative ones that are from far away, so you go, that's not really a chance. But and then there's ones that were a chance, and then the same kid who scored nearly fucking scored no goal as well.
Yeah.
So it's like, the tide started to turn a little bit towards the end of the half, but it's just still way off. Like Cobby looks just
he's struggling.
lethargic.
He looks rusty. I don't know how he looked rusty for, but he looks rusty still. You know what I mean?
And it's not, and you can't say the thing of it's not the thing of coming back from injury. He just looks off it. I was saying to Bradley, I was like, even from in the first 30 seconds, he gives the ball away straight away, and then you're like, okay, interesting. Won a corner and that after that, and then had a little decent run and that, but just doesn't look quite at it. Lays the ball off to Bruno quite well, to be fair to him, but he just doesn't. He doesn't look mobile. He just looks there's something off, and you can't put your finger on what it is.
Yeah.
But he doesn't look at it. He doesn't look sharp. Bruno and Ahmad are the most likely to do anything. Again, and this is why between the Xerxes and Højlund thing, I'm not even doing the thing of get Højlund on, because it's the same thing. They just take turns in doing it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
You could say the same about Højlund in the first half, going, hasn't done that much.
Yeah, and maybe Højlund is the right person to come on and change this game, etc. Because Xerxes, you get given a start, you get given the opportunity to come and get your start and impact the game, and he hasn't done it. In fact, and he's contribute to costing us a goal as well.
Yeah,
it's not good.
And you also,
not good enough.
Obviously, this is what I was saying about the Maguire stuff as well, where his pass in the first half, he struggled.
Yeah,
he's been clumsy, all over the place.
Passing's been bad, putting us on the back foot.
Yeah,
passing too short. Couple of silly little fouls where I know on a different day the ref might not give it, but just a bit over anxious to get in there and win it. Just so a bit silly. Just some bozo stuff, really, isn't it? Really.
But and then you just go like, we're 13th, and you watch that and you go, yeah, that's 13th. That's 13th
so
in the league.
That's why I'm not like, it's frustrating watching it in the moment, obviously, but it's frightening how bad we are. Like, we're a bit more organised and we've got an idea of what we're doing, but it's the same thing until Ruben Amorim can really tear up this whole a lot of this squad. And like I said, only 4 guys. I still stick to the same thing. I'm not just doing the reactionary things. It's 4 or 5 guys who can stay here, man. 4 or 5 guys.
Yeah.
I really do mean that. We can't, because what you're seeing is you can't. Kenny was saying he has to work with what he's got to make sure that you actually can't get. That experiment's over already, mate. You can see the players that ain't got a clue.
Yeah.
Malacia, I know he's been out for a long time, but bless him, that's not it.
Well, both the wing backs, both of them, both Malacia and Dallo, they're not wing backs, are they? For this system,
they're not. So they're not. They're going to be surplus. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. And Mazraoui going there again, like I said, competent footballer, so he understands the position or what's asked for him, but. In terms of output, he's not gonna set up a high volume of chances. He hasn't really got that engine, like Charlie said yesterday on the full view. These aren't the answers. And I understand that we're not gonna have the answers, are we? Amorim's just come in, no transfer window. So and they're making big decisions. The situation with Garnacho, you can see something's brewing there. He's already had a disciplinary, and then maybe not as favoured as much as in the first few weeks. The Rashford situation is going to sort itself out. He's going to leave. Then the routine players who will leave. Lindelof, Eriksson type of vibe. So Johnny Evans. So there's a lot that's going to happen. We just got to keep being patient. We have to keep sticking with this idea. Keep sticking with the same formation. We just don't have the personnel, man.
Yeah.
Just don't have the personnel.
But I mean, and I think to end it on a positive is that. Look, we can still win this game. Of course we can. Still win this game because we had chances, but it's just one of those ones where again, that City victory last weekend is more of an indictment on City than us, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. City are a terrible team.
You lost to this, basically.
Yeah.
We know who we are. We know what we are.
Yeah.
We're not that.
Again, exactly. And again, it's another set piece goal. How many more?
Yeah.
How many more? What are we doing? What are we working on in training? Why are we this bad at set pieces all of a sudden?
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
So, look, Bruno / Ahmad are the most likely to do anything. But we're also capable, and I hate to be back to the negative, but we're also capable of coming out after half-time and concede another set piece or something stupid, and that will probably be game over.
Yeah.
You know? So, yeah, we've had a few chances here and there, but we're just nowhere near good enough on the ball. So alarming how bad we are.
Yeah, indeed. Well, hopefully
Yes,
after the game when we hear from you, you'll be talking
totally different.
You'll be like, well, I'll tell you what, it was bad in the first half, but second half we responded.
Yeah, hopefully. Fingers crossed, or something.
Yeah, exactly. You believe it.
All right, later.
Speak to you in a bit. Peace.
All right.
Well, yeah, kind of maybe sums up the mood inside Old Trafford, doesn't it? Indeed. We've got close to 2,500 people watching. We're close to 1,700 likes. If you haven't already, it's not a lot to like in terms of the football. I mean, look, our XG is 0.93. Theirs is 0.18. Because again, this is what's funny about this game, isn't it? Is that, you know, actually, if you were to look at it, you would probably go, well, it's not as if Bournemouth created loads of chances, is it? You know what I mean? It's not as if Bournemouth created loads of chances. They scored from a set piece. They had the speculative one that Onana saved, and that was about it, really, wasn't it? I mean, United had the better chances and the better opportunities in that one, but we're just frail. And we've seen this happen quite a bit. And we don't really have that, you know, sort of attacking threat or clinicalness, really. As far as changes that he could make, I think he probably will make. Probably would bring on Højlund for Xerxes at some point. He might bring on a Garnacho. I don't know if I have a lot of faith about Garnacho really sort of changing the game all that much if he were to come on. You know, maybe he's due a big performance, I suppose. But, I mean, how many times have we said it about these kind of performances of games where we go, Amorim's got his work cut out for him? And that's what it kind of feels like, doesn't it? Indeed. A couple of super chats here. Where are we at? A couple of super chats. Dan says, we miss Ahmad on wing back. Dalot is too defensive in this system and need the attacking outlet from the wing to push their defence back. And John P says, it's appalling how bad Bruno is at hitting the target. He missed 3 from close range in succession. Malacia, that man is so slow and struggling. Be interesting to see if Malacia does make it back out in the second half, of course. Recently, he's been only playing 45 minutes or so. Yeah, Lenny Oro's coming on, so kind of, which is what Flex said. I mean, Malacia's on the bench as he makes his way back from injury. So Lenny Oro's on, which means he'll go to right centre back, which means Mazraoui will end up going to wing back. Red Baron says, don't want to be a potch, but we're winning on data. Yes, indeed. And also, if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. We are on our road to 200k, recently at 185k. Be sure to subscribe. Click the notification bell. You'll be notified if and when new video streams are uploaded. Of course, a busy festive period. We've got Wolves on Boxing Day, who are winning at the moment, I think. Someone was saying in the chat. Wolves winning at the moment, so we'll have to go to Molineux for that fun game. We've got, is it Newcastle on the 30th, I think? And of course, first game of 2025, we've got Liverpool at Anfield. Lenny Oro is on. Played well against Spurs on Thursday. And we're only actually 6 likes away from 1,700. And also a reminder, you can see it in the sidebar right there. You can go to Fail Forward, scan the QR code. It's also beneath me. It's also in the link. No, it's not literally beneath me like it's bad. Beneath me on the screen. And you can scan the QR code, go to the website, use the code UnitedViewFF, and you can get 20% off your next purchase. Here's Xerxes. So Dalot's been moved to left wing back. And Mazraoui's at right wing back. Xerxes, heavy touch. Come on, United, do something. I beg you, please do something. Anything. We can just hope. We can hope United can, I don't know, start off as they finished off in the first half, maybe. Because once again, at the moment, we're not going to be able to give away another shirt. Xerxes misses the ball and gets a collective groan from those at Old Trafford. Ugh. I tell you what, Onane's come out. He's not got to that. Evan Nilsson, get back in your net, Onana. Semenya. Well, I tell you what, we conceded straight after half-time against Spurs. We nearly did it again. Fucking hell. He's onside. It's just a push the ball over the top. And Onana, he comes out for he's not going to get there. Doesn't need to, because Lenny Yoro had it as well. Lenny Yoro had it covered. I don't know why Onana decided to come for that one. Oh, my God. Martinez tries to hit it long to Xerxes, but I tell you what, our attacking threat, some of those balls over the top are just not there. Not there at all. It's the basics, isn't it? It's basics passing. It's just, It's a bit like in the first half, isn't it? It's just, when we start halves, there's just no impetus. Red Brown with the super chat says, don't forget, it's been windy. Ball in. Maguire heads it. So I'm going to go for a corner. I think it did. The camera just decided to zoom in on his head. And I had hoped, I really did. I bet maybe, more for me. But I thought, well, we ended that half, with a bit of, we ended the half with a little bit of something. Maybe we'll, continue on with that. We started this half so flat again. Here's a set piece. That's a shocking corner. That's gone straight out for a goal kick. That's like one of ours. It's like one of our corners, that. Straight out to touch. Throw into Manchester United. Mazraoui with the throw. Xerxes just got shoved and right back to Bournemouth. Again, just can't keep the ball. Manchester United throwing. I mean, you can tell as well with the crowd, they're desperate just to be given something. And to be fair, that is one thing I always agreed with Erik ten Hag about, when he would always say this, and he'd get asked questions about the support at Old Trafford or what have you. And he'd always say, well, you have to motivate him. You have to give them something. And he's right about that. A Bournemouth throw. Only 5 minutes gone. Still 1-0 Bournemouth. I just need something just to wake them up. They got that at the end of the first half, and they had a couple of chances. It felt like it had a bit of a spark there. Kirkes, ball in, deflected. Martinez clears. Yoro, Ugarte. A bit better play. Cobby. That's poor by Yoro. Just tried to put his foot through it, went straight to a Bournemouth player. That's going to go all the way back to Onana. And then once again, you can hear the crowd. You can hear the crowd because the ball's in Onana's hands and he's just standing there. And the crowd are going, do something with it. Pass it, roll it out, whatever you need to do. And just a long ball up the pitch goes straight back to the Bournemouth goalkeeper, and it's such a waste. How many times has that happened in this game? Gets the ball and you're going, right, roll it out, give it to someone. do a pass, and it's just like, stop, wait, have the ball back. And you can hear the frustration. And here come Bournemouth again. It seems like Højlund and Garnacho are warming up. Maguire gives it back to Onana. Is Lenny Yoro. Has to go long because there's not really any options. Kirkes puts out for a throw. Part of the problem is wow, there's such a lack of movement, isn't there? Højlund and Garnacho, they're warming up. Well, they're coming on. I mean, Højlund's standing at the touchline. So's Garnacho. So who's coming off? It'll be Xerxes and I suppose who? Maybe it might be Cobby. Maybe Cobby drops deep. Bruno, drops deep. Cobby comes off. Onana to Lenny Yoro. Here's Martinez. To Ugarte. Turn out. Cobby lays it off to Maguire. To Leacher. All right, travel with it. Travel. Martinez travelling. To Bruno Fernandes. Dallo. Cut inside. He's going to put a ball in. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Oh, he did the shot. There used to be a time when I'd say to Dallo, do shoot. But I'm just like, just don't do anything wasteful. Please. Right, we got the ball back. Cobby. Bruno. You got space. Turn. Move. Move. Into Xerxes. Couldn't hold it. Asked for a lot. It's not a foul. Ugarte. Bruno. Laid off. Bruno out to Ahmad. Where are you going to go? What have you got? Ugarte. Mazraoui. Corner. It's a corner. Oh. Right, Xerxes coming off. Rasmus Højlund's coming on. That was the right substitution. Xerxes not doing anything. Ugarte's coming off. Well, I didn't see that. I'm very surprised by that one. Very surprised. I thought it'd be Cobby. I mean, now you're going right. There's not a huge amount of bite in that midfield. I'm surprised. That could be. I mean, maybe they're saying the yellow ball in. Oh, cleared off the line. Oh, yeah. People saying it must be the yellow. I would have to agree otherwise. Once again, it's an Amad Diallo corner. Keep Amad on corners. Kepa nearly made a mess of it. Amad again. Another one. It's another good ball. Oh. Well, look, with Amad on corners, we actually look dangerous. Can't argue with that, can you? As long as Amad stays on corners, then I'll be like, well, then I'm happy with him. Like, the difference between Amad Diallo and Bruno Fernandes corners is mental, by the way. Like, the difference in quality is mad. $55 minutes gone. Hopefully, maybe that's kind of woke United up a little bit. Bruno will be in a deeper role alongside Cobby. So, maybe it means Amorim's really go for it. Goes up for a throw. Whew. 56 minutes gone, still 1-0 Bournemouth. If you haven't already, click the like button, be sure to subscribe. It's interesting that he's gone with, obviously with Gatti coming off again, it could be the yellow, but you would think would he go like for like, you know, and not put like Casemiro on or something like that. So it says to me that he's going for it. Because he's got Cobby and Bruno in midfield, and then Garnacho and Ahmad in more advanced positions. Goes up for a Bournemouth goal kick. Something United. Something. Get a goal. Akil says, ignore this season. 50% of the players aren't ready. Leacher puts it up the pitch. And that's going to be a Bournemouth throw. Still time. There's still time, folks. Still time. United have 55% of the possession. 13 shots, only 3 on target. It's going to be another Bournemouth throw. We're also about 250 likes away from 2K, by the way, guys, which I think is would be a record for a solo match view. So if you haven't already, click the like button. Not much to like about the performance, but can like the stream. Long throw by Bournemouth. Ioro with the header. Cobby. I do feel there's a goal. I see there's a goal in this game for us, but you just never know with United. If we were a threat, or we had sort of clinical players, you would say yes, because Bournemouth haven't really threatened all that much. Got to be careful here, though. Clive. Ooh! Penalty, Bournemouth. Penalty, Bournemouth. I just said they ain't fucking threatened. Just said it. Man United on top. I don't know why Mazraoui needs to do the tackle either. I don't know why. God. Kluivert gets past Mazraoui. He don't get the ball. Yeah, there's no need. It's never ever will get overturned. It's a penalty. Can't Oh, it's being checked because there might be an offside. There might be an off. I tell you what, if we get away with this because of an offside, it's a penalty. Penalty. Oh, we're so fucked. Well, Onan's, look, you know, Onana has been known to save a penalty. He's been known to save a penalty, perhaps. So, just like this right here, it's a pen. Kluivert scored his last 5 penalties. He's got a hat trick of penalties. He's got a hat trick of penalties. Kluivert, 12 yards, 60 minutes gone for 2-0. Yeah, I didn't have faith in that one. It's just scored too many penalties recently. Manchester United are a complete fucking shambles. And again, the worst thing is, second half, Bournemouth, they haven't really done anything, have they? They haven't really had to do that much. You know, we've had a couple of, you know, we looked a bit threatening from a couple of corners and all that kind of stuff, but we're just so shit. Individual errors, Bozo Gene, giving away penalties, giving away sloppy passes. We're just shit. Oh, and it's painful enough to watch just try and pass it or attack or anything like that. But we're just so bad. So bad. And you know, as things stand, we're what? We're 13th in the league, and yeah, we are. We're 13th in the league, and it's kind of reflective, isn't it? You look at the teams above us; they're playing better stuff than us. You know, Brentford, Spurs, Brighton, Fulham, Newcastle, Bournemouth, who are up in 5th, by the way. Oh. Ah, Bruno gives it away. Oh. Garnacho. And for the second time in a few days, we find ourselves 2-0 down. I mean, against Spurs, it was 3. So, well, I say that. Evan Nielsen. No. Cuts it back. Well, now it is 3. Fuck sake. Oh, God. I just can't be doing... I can't be doing with this fucking team. I can't be doing with this team. Honestly. I just said a second ago as well. At Spurs, it was 3. Now it's 3 again. We're so shit. We're just so shit. Oh, my God. Manchester United, once again, second time in the space of days, we're 3-0 down again. Because we're just fucking crap. They're dancing at Old Trafford, look. They're dancing in the wind. Oh, God. We're just getting completely played off the park. Look, just spins Harry Maguire easy. And he's got it all to do there. Evan Nielsen. And then no one's getting to him. Get to him. Ball through. Cuts it back. Yeah, it's Lon Leach's man again. Leacher and Cobby, they're looking at each other. What are we going to do? Oh, God. Leach is turning his back as well. Doing a shitty pirouette. Oh. On commentary, Lee Hendry's giving it. This could be game over for United. Could. Have you seen us? Have you seen Manchester United? Oh. I sort of stop fucking talking as well. Because every time I say, oh, at least Bournemouth haven't threatened. Penalty. At least we're not 3-0 down. 3-0. Zip it, Owen. Because apparently I've got this divine control over this pissing football match. Garnacho's through. You've got to score. God, it's the worst finish I've ever seen as well. Oh, my God. If you scored then, you're back in the game. It's the worst finish I've ever seen in my life. Oh. My nan could have finished better than that. In her mobility scooter. And you wouldn't even be as fast. I don't want to do these solo streams anymore. Because we're killing us. It's killing us. It is. It's fun. Oh. The worst thing as well, yeah, shit, like, this could be any score at this point. Like, genuinely. Because Man United have just totally collapsed. Totally collapsed. Kobe should have come off as well. I won't give Ruben Amorim that. When Ugarte came off, Casemiro should have come on. Because they're just playing through us now. I mean, I don't even really know what it means. I think I'll use it in the right context. But we're getting run through.
Like a dirty gal.
Apparently. Whatever that means. I mean, could have been. I mean, I say back in it, but we could have scored at least a goal. Well, Merry Christmas and that, guys. Happy holidays. Outside of football. Don F says, I'm convinced Andre Onana is a Nollywood actor. Nathaniel says, Bournemouth seeing how many goals are coming. They'd be right to. Item Panda says, Maino's making the Pogba mistake. You need to keep it simple in midfield. Yes, he has skills, but the position is not the place to showcase it. And Kishan says, this is why so many people stay behind Eric Ten Hag. These players always do this. No manager is changing this anytime soon. Thank God Ruben Amorim's got hair. Otherwise, he'd be doing Pep Guardiola stuff. Razor blade in his head, wouldn't he? Or he'd be doing like a Hellraiser. He'd be sticking pins in his face. How many times we concede. Another one. Here come Bournemouth on the counter again. Here come Bournemouth again in the box. Ball in. Flicked away by Martinez towards the edge of the box. That's got to be handball. And the worst thing is, he says, long ball. It's towards Garnacho. Dallo. Reverse pass. Højlund. Oh, it's a good save by Kepa as well. I can't believe we haven't got a goal today. That's a good save by Kepa at the end. He was onside Højlund. Well, I can't even see what's going on because of the replay, but I've just heard the crowd groan. Ball in. Shoot! Bruno. Players down. I think it hit him in well, it's not a head injury, is it? It's not a head injury. It's gone down because it's hit him in the stomach. I mean, to be honest, not that it matters, in the slightest. Because we're so fucking average. Yeah, it's just in the stomach. Can you stop a game for that? He got winded. I mean, Kirkes tried to stop it by throwing himself like a long dart head first into it. Bournemouth sub. And we're back to minus goal difference, by the way, guys. and bear in mind now, the table settled. You know what I mean? The table settled. We are fully mid-table fodder. That is where we are at. We're 13th, 22 points. You know, the other people are starting to pull away a little bit with the results over the weekend. Like we're fully mid-table fodder. We are being outplayed on our own patch by Bournemouth. And to be fair, I can't even say it like, you know, like by Bournemouth. They're 5th. You know what I mean? You've got the team, and this is what is the natural order of things. Let's face it. You've got the team in 5th, easily dispatching of the team in 13th. Because we're shit. That's why we're in 13th. We've got no divine right to beat Bournemouth. They're doing well this season. We're not. Cobby. It's not a penalty. It's got to be a corner. Got to be a corner. He's gone short, Bruno. Garnacho, ball in. Kepa punches. Wasn't a good ball. Garnacho again. Bruno. On the edge. Oh, we're not scoring today, are we? We're just not. Comes to Ahmad. He doesn't hit the target. You know what I mean? Bruno actually does really well. Spots him. You've got to get it on target. It's not even threatening him. Look. Nowhere near. Nowhere near. We're just out of it. You know what I mean? We're just out of it. Super chat from Ugwa says, Mayno is not up to the task in midfield. Simple. Nathan says, how many times are we going to lose 3-0 at home for F's sake? And Dan says, crazy. It's almost like we're shit without Rashford. I would say we're shit with and without Rashford, in fairness. Because I guarantee you, yeah, Dan, if Marcus Rashford was on the bench today, would you be, if we brought Marcus Rashford on, would you be going, right, we're going to change the game at this point? It's bigger. It's bigger. It's bigger than Rashford. It's bigger than one player. Of course it is bigger than one player. It's not one player. We're just shit. Here's Bruno Fernandes. And I think the evidence that it's bigger than one player gets shown when we beat City last weekend without Rashford. We lose against Bournemouth this weekend without Rashford. It's bigger than one individual. This team's rotten. Like, rotten. We're 13th. Well, look. Ruben Amorim was right on one thing. You know, he said that storm's coming. Bloody hell. I didn't realise it was going to be one of those... What's that planet where there's like a perpetual storm that's been going on for 28 years? Long storm on planet. Jupiter. Yes, on Jupiter. It's been going on for like however many years. Going on for centuries. That's what we've got. It's called the giant. Ironically enough, it's called the giant red spot, and that's basically us. We just didn't realise that on Earth, the giant red spot's in Manchester at Old Trafford, and you go, what's that? What's that in Manchester? The giant red spot. You go, that's Man United. It's a storm that's been going on for over a decade now. And if you go anywhere near it, it's just pure chaos. Stay away. Stay away. Oh, no, they're not through again. Onana, where are you going? Oh. It's Bruno Fernandes. Dan says, that's exactly my point. We're shit with or without Rashford. Oh, exactly. Garnacho. Oh, the ball gets stuck under his feet as well. To be fair, Garnacho, he's just carried on where he's left off as well. When he came on against Spurs, he was rubbish. He should have scored as soon as he came on in this match. Miles off. We've had 11 corners in this game, by the way. 11. Bruno. He don't beat the first man. Of course he done. Of course he doesn't. If it was on the other side, we might look dangerous. Ahmad. Oh, God. Oh, God. Like Prod by Palmerius says there. Yeah, remember, it's a flat £66 fee to watch this. No matter if you're a kid and you've got to scar them right before Christmas. I'll tell you what, we'll give you a bit of an early Christmas present. What we'll do is we'll take you to Old Trafford. You can watch Man United play shit for £66. Ugh. Akil says, I say this again, ignore this season, NA players, and take your profit, says, and that Ahmad at 10 without proper offensive wing-back doesn't work. Ahmad is the offensive wing-back. Offensive wing-back. Oh, God. And there's still got quite a lot of time to go. Like, make no mistake, yeah. This could get worse. Remember, we played Bournemouth last season and it was 3-0. And it could have been like 5 that day. They had a couple of goals ruled out for offside. Garnacho ball in. Kepa claims. He's come on and he's been absolutely shit. I mean, who hasn't, to be fair? Who hasn't today? Cobby's really struggled in midfield. Ahmad's looked lively, but end product not really there. Our wing backs in it. Our centre backs in it. Our goalkeeper in it. We've just been rubbish. Martinez. Here's Onana. So about that Europa League, guys. That we're going for. Højlund. Travels. Rasmus Højlund. Shoots. And it's wide. And it's wide. LaBeouf says, managers are meant to adapt as well. Players are not working in this system, but we continue with it. Why not play the system they were bought until you get your own? Because I think the moment he does that, it's over. You know, in fairness, I think if he did that and he reverted, we'd all say, look at him, compromise this system. And we've said we wanted something different. We said we wanted, you know, if these players can't do it, they should go. And now we're going, well, you know, maybe he just needs to go back to a back four. Maybe he needs to do 4-2-3-1. That's what we crucified Ten Hag for. Thought that went in. That's what we crucified Ten Hag for, was compromising on his beliefs. You said you were going to bring Ajax football. You said you were going to do this. If he gives up, then it's done. Then he's already done. And Red Baron says this is all on KG Judge. Yeah, the KG Judge out of the country and the solo match view judge is not good. Less than 10 minutes to go. Also, a bit of a spoiler, guys. I don't think one of you is going to win a shirt today. I don't think you're going to win a shirt courtesy of Oxford Natural by Gowan Life. Not sure that's going to happen for you. We are less than 80 likes, by the way, from 2K. That's something we could at least celebrate. That's a Man United corner. Unfortunately, it's on the left, which means Bruno's going to take. Ugh. Short corner. Garnacho. Ahmad. Miles over. Well, it sums us up, doesn't it? It sums us completely up. Work it from the corner over the bar. 217 Blaster says, we have to rip it up. Sell Bruno, Garnacho and Rashford while we can to still make money. Put Cobby in the 10 and buy proper wingbacks and attackers. There's not really anyone we can say that actually had a good game, can we? You know? It is just a total disaster. And in fairness, in the first half, you would say it was actually a relatively even game. United had their chances. Second half, we've just been the biggest crock of shit. And just completely collapsed. LaBeouf says, how is it giving up when the players are not working? How does continuing losing games with players he will sell help anyone this season? Basically, this is all vibes to the end. Basically, yeah. I mean, I don't think anyone's not saying that this season is a write-off. I think a lot of people have said that this season is a write-off, really, haven't they? You know, but the moment he compromises his beliefs on his system, which is what Erik ten Hag did for the sake of preservation of, I've just got to... I'm just going to do it so we can short-term win games. Then he's done, isn't he? Then he's done. That's what happened with Ten Hag, and we criticised him for doing that. We criticised Ten Hag, going, "Oh look, he changed." We certainly can't, 6 weeks in, be going, "Oh, all right, this is the manager's done." Nathan says, if we're going to be a top team again, we need to get rid of 75% of this team. We simply do not scare other teams. We hand out 3 points like sweets for F's sake. Oh, the season's certainly a write-off, isn't it? I mean, because we're shit. We're rubbish. And you notice that, we go up against these sides that are, we go up against these sides that are in good form or they're playing well this season, like, Forest or like Bournemouth, and they play us off the park. Again, we've got no divine right to beat them just because we're Manchester United. We are not good enough. We are not. Ahmad Mazraoui gives it away. Looks looking for Dallo. Garnacho. Mazraoui. Fucking hell. Honestly, us shooting from the edge of the box. Bloody, we think we're playing rugby. Or how many times have we skied it over the bar? Oh my God. How many times in this game have we got the ball edge of the box and then just smashed it over the bar? I mean, with Mazraoui there, he just puts his foot through it. Oh. They can't shoot. They can't pass. Good Lord. Ugh. Four minutes left plus stoppage time. Ravel says Ahmad Garnacho. Oh, actually, I missed one. Where are we at? No, I did read that one. Ravel says Ahmad Garnacho, Bruno, both strikers. Everyone asked today. Wing backs needs to be wingers. We have no creativity out wide. And for F's sake, as our only proper wing back, also our only proper 10 now too. And Nonsense Official says, would it not be better to go down one season? Pressure down, star players gone, complete cultural reset. I'm kind of hoping for it. I don't want United to get relegated. I think you can reset without going out the Premier League, but I mean, we're just a mess. Item Panda says, I'll keep saying it. Maino is not ready to control midfield. Bruno is our best 8 right now. Let's go back to Bruno Ugarte midfield. And Sham says, Merry Christmas, I guess. Pathetic and shameful. Get rid. A Merry Christmas to you, Sham. Just absolute shambles. And just when you think... I think it's as well... I say just when you think it can't get worse, it can. But it's not even necessarily like this is worse. This is just par for the course at this point for United, isn't it? It's what it is. It's just par for the course. It's just rubbish. And that's what United are. Just completely and totally shit. I mean, Old Trafford nearly empty. You could hear the Bournemouth fans. Could hear the Bournemouth fans cheering, making the most noise. We don't blame them. About a minute left. About a minute left. Plus stoppage time. I mean, technically there might be a bit, 2 goals and stuff like that, but just put us out of fucking misery, please. Bruno, it's not even any point whinging. Whinge at the players. Whinge at your own players. And maybe that's why when we do beat like a Man City or whatever, enjoy it. Enjoy it for as long as you can. Because it won't last. It ain't going to last. You know what I mean? Even the Bournemouth fans are now mocking Bruno, shouting, Bruno, what's the score? Oh, I tell you what, that fourth official is just sadistic. Sadistic. 5 minutes? 5 minutes of this? Oh. It's more time for them to get another. Brooks. Hoyland wrestled to the ground. Bournemouth player gets a booking. What a mess. What an absolute mess. Long ball forward. Maguire flicks it on. Hooked away. Here's Bruno Fernandes. I think I'm caught up with the super chats. We're 8 likes away from 2K, by the way, guys. There's nothing to like about in terms of the result, performance, or just Man United in general at the moment, but it's much appreciated. Here's Garnacho, ball across goal. Lenny Ori nearly scored. Maguire's gone down. No, we're not scoring. We're not scoring. It's just not happening, is it? It's just not. Just not. Honestly. Bruno Fernandes. Out to Ahmad. Into the box. And cleared away. Kobe Mainu into the box, cleared. Here come Bournemouth. I mean, counter-attack's on. I wouldn't even be shocked, to be honest. Counter-attack's on, wouldn't even be shocked. Christie's got no one around him, by the way. He's just got the ultimate space. Now we're getting Olays at Old Trafford. Kirkez cuts it back. So now blocked by Martinez. He's tried to find Ahmad. Oh! Ahmad travelling with the ball. No. He just gets Ouattara. Just no one give him a shout. Good tackle. Like, look, even the players are just sort of kicking around. I don't even want to play anymore. AFCON settings. End the game. Early, ref. Just look at your watch and look at the players and go, actually, you know what? I've had enough. Blow the whistle. Or throw the towel in or something. Does that work in football? Because I think the United players did that about 45 minutes ago. Brooks goes down. They're claiming a pen. Referee's not having any of it. Ugh. Short pass. Back to Onana. Nathan with a super chat says, when we lose, do these players feel anything? Robbie the Deflecticon says, Salam all, don't believe. Yep. That's a last-minute corner. A last-minute corner. Oh. Last-minute corner to turn it all around at the end. End on a high. Back-to-back 3-0 defeats at home to Bournemouth, by the way, in consecutive seasons. Holy shit. Kepa holds. And that's full-time. Manchester United 3-0 down. They lose 3-0 for consecutive years. Manchester United have lost 3-0 at home against Bournemouth. Manchester United are the biggest shower of shit you have ever seen in your life. We are shocking beyond recognition. It's just awful. We are absolutely awful. You know, and the worst thing is we go through phases of the game where we go, oh, actually, you know, well, maybe it's not too bad, you know. We started off the game, first 35 minutes, absolutely horrible, absolutely terrible. They score, and we get to half-time, we go, actually, maybe it should have been actually like 1-1, you know. Maybe we could have had a chance to get back into that game. Oh, okay. Start the second half, flat as anything you can possibly think of. And then you go, well, at least we haven't conceded again. 2-0. Then, was it penalty as well? When did the penalty come? I've already kind of blanked out my fucking mind. Second goal was the penalty. And it's a clear pen, absolute clear pen. And then if it's not already game over by that point, you're going, we're not going to come back. Have you seen us recently try and score goals? 2 minutes later, game over now. Completely game over. Just play through us like we're not even there. And it's just shocking, absolutely shocking. You go through the players individually, the defenders, they're nowhere near good enough. Obviously, Maguire, I've said all week, I don't know what people are talking about in terms of new contract. Leacher, still stinking it up. Cobby, since he's come back, he's been miles off it. Absolutely miles off it. Ugarte, look, I know he's on a yellow, but as soon as he got taken off, I went, that's a surprising one. And I think Ruben Amorim got that massively wrong today, because as soon as he took Ugarte off, we just got ran through. Suddenly, we had nobody that could tackle or do anything or in the midfield, so we lost that. So we lost that in Ugarte. Bruno was peak Bruno today. First half could have had a couple of goals. Didn't take it. Second half was just largely petulant. You're looking at your wing backs going, Dallo, not a wing back. Malacia, first half, still coming back from injury, nowhere near ready. And long term, he's not that. Looking at the 10s then, and going with Bruno, as I said, he was being Bruno today. Looked like he's going to create something, but eventually you've got to take your chances. Ahmad, for his recent standard, yes, he looked like he was going to be doing something today, but no, he was off it. Xerxes in the first half for the first goal. It's nowhere near the player from the corner, and after that, didn't do anything. Højlund came on, couple of shots, but largely wrestled. Garnacho came on immediately, straight after, I think, the second goal, it was the third goal. He's through on goal. You're going, right, put it away. Can't say you're back in the game, but at least something, bit of momentum, you never know. Poor. I can't, literally, maybe apart from like Ugarte, and I'll go, okay, I'll give him that. Everyone was shit. We are collectively and individually awful. Like, awful. We can't come out of that game and be like, we got really hard done by or anything like that. No, we didn't. And for the second time in a couple of days, we found ourselves 3-0 down in like 60 minutes. Like 60 minutes, just beyond awful. Absolutely beyond awful. We are shocking. And there's no way of dressing it up. You look at where we are. When you put in performances like that, you cannot argue with being 13th in the table, can you? You just can't. That's where we absolutely deserve to be. It went. Do you know what the game today? The game today went with how the table reflected it. Really, you've got Bournemouth in 5th. Last 5 games, 4 wins and a draw, and then you've got Man United in 13th. Last 5 games, what's that? 2 wins, 3 losses. That's what you would expect. If I didn't tell you the team names and I said, right, in this game today, you've got 5th going against 13th. You go, well, team in 5th will probably win maybe 2-0, 3-0, something like that. You go, oh, yeah. And then you just say the names. You go, oh, wow. Oh, man. Like, they're awful. We're just absolutely awful. Shocking. And we ain't getting in Europe this season. I mean, we say about focusing on the Europa League and stuff like that. We're not going to win Europa League playing like that. We're miles off it. Miles off it. End the season right off. It's so, always bad. It's so bad. Larry says, I believe one day we'll have a genuine conversation about Bruno Fernandes. Hopefully we'll all see the light one day. K-Flow says we don't play as a team or create team goals. Everything is on individual moments for 11 years now. Today it's Ahmad. I can name an individual for each season. We rely on individuals, not a team. Danny DeFito says, everyone was terrible today, but people need to seriously wake up this Bruno guy. He kills our midfield, only ever produces moments. I watched Yuri Tielemans yesterday play a masterclass from minute 1 right through to 90, proper midfielder. I didn't even think, though, to be honest, using a performance against City as an example. We beat City last week. That's an indictment on them. They couldn't even beat this shitty Man United team. Everyone else can, but City can't. So I don't even think it's that. And we're just awful. RK says the players are already not playing for the manager. It's not rocket science to see it. Amorim won't survive, and dropping Rashford is not helping. Well, I think regardless, to be honest, of today's result, I don't think, and probably says a lot actually really about where Rashford is in terms of his career at the moment, is I don't think after today it's not going to be like there's this big cry of right, well, you know, we got to get Rashford back in that side, because we know, you know what I mean? We know that putting one player into this team, it's not going to fix anything. It's like when people were saying at half-time in this, wasn't it, going, well, what we need to do, we need to bring on Garnacho. No, we don't. We saw he came on, he didn't do anything. You know, so it's the same way. It'll be the same with Rashford. I put Rashford in this team today. We still lose 3-0. Like, it doesn't make a difference. You know, it doesn't. We're just massively miles off it. You know, and if Rashford's done with the team, then he's done with the team. If a lot of these players are done with the team, then fine. You know, we're not that. You know, and I don't think it's one of those ones where we can sort of use it as a see. Because we did it last weekend. Well, okay, we beat City without Rashford. See, we lost without Rashford this weekend. See, what we all proving to ourselves? We're not proving anything to ourselves, are we? All of these players can go. They're all shit. They're all rubbish. None of them are good enough, clearly. And a lot of those players cannot play in this system as well, in addition to not being good enough. And what we're looking at this season is we're doing now, what this season is now going to be, is it's going to be the Chelsea season that they've had the last couple of, well, not last season, but certainly the season before last, where we are just going to be mid-table fodder for the rest of the season, where we're like 13th, 12th, maybe we'll end up in like 11th at a push, but that's it. That's it. You know, this season is a complete write-off. Maybe that's premature of me to say, you know, in December, you know, nearly January, but oh my God, you know, we're just so far off it. It's just ridiculous. Another super chat here from Troy. From Mr. Darkside says we need a player like Florian Wirtz, Sal Bruno. Troy Superstar says I support Amorim, but if this relegation form continues to march, he must be sacked. Maybe he can't manage in the Premier League. Asking questions. Merry Christmas. I thought, Troy, there was the thesis. What was the thesis? This is why people don't trust you, Troy, because you said like a week ago that he was going to be, it's all about the thesis. Daddy DeFito says the point is Tielemans played amazing consistently through the game, and it's just not the game. It's just not that game. He's been consistent for the majority of the season. Bruno has never put in a full 90-minute performance. He only relies on moments. That's not sustainable. I would say be careful with the Yuri Tielemans example, because if you talk to Leicester fans, when they got relegated, certainly, they absolutely slammed Yuri Tielemans because for his last season, 2 seasons there, the criticism of him was that he just didn't really care, ran out his contract, wasn't running around enough, blah, blah, blah. You know, so I'd be careful with that comparison. I get the point you're trying to make, but I think with the Yuri Tielemans one, look, he was excellent yesterday, but I would just say be careful with that one too. How many likes did we end up at? We got close to 2,200 likes. If you haven't already, click the like button. Nothing to like in terms of performance. We're rubbish. We're shit. Man United are terrible. We're also 13th in the league. And the thing is, where do we go from here? Well, nowhere. we don't go anywhere from here, really, do we? You know, in terms of what happens next for United, we got Wolves away on Boxing Day. Nothing is off the table for us. You know, nothing is off the table for United in terms of how we're playing at the moment. Like I said, our form now is last 5 games in the Prem, 3 defeats, 2 wins. You know, we'll just probably continue to be erratic and inconsistent. That's what we'll continue to do. I think, you know, what's the problem is also is he's, with this thing of rotating, because he has to keep players fit, it means he has to keep also playing players that ain't good enough. But a lot of the players ain't good enough either. You know, a lot of them ain't good enough, which leads us to the position where we're at. So, yeah, it's not good. And our only hope to get into Europe would win the Europa League this season. And to be honest, me saying that, it seems mad. We're not going to win the Europa League. Have you seen us? Have you seen us? Well, we're conceding 3 goals at home. no disrespect actually to Forest or Bournemouth, because they're miles above us at the table. So, it's just I don't know. We're so far off it. And I tell you what really does scare me as well is we got to go to Liverpool at Anfield, first game in January. With the way we're playing and the way we're conceding, what is really alarming now is we've last 4 or 5 games we've started conceding a shit ton of goals now, and we've started having periods in the game where we collapse. It was that game today, apart from us scoring a couple, was near enough similar to when we played Forest at home, which was, they score early. Just this time we just didn't respond, but it's largely the same. And then we come out second half. They score and we collapse. Just collapse. A couple of minutes later, we concede another one. Like the collapse of Manchester United when we concede a goal is still there. And back on minus goal difference, back to not looking like we can score goals. It's incredibly alarming. Incredibly alarming. If you do want to call in and you do want to have your say, I'm going to be live on the full-time view in just a few minutes. You'll be redirected on this stream. You have to be a member to call in. So if you do wish to become a member, you can do so. Links in the video description. It's also pinned in the chat. Where did we end up on likes? We ended up with 25 likes away from 2,200, which is excellent. Appreciate you guys. Ryan with the final super chat says, every time we have an opportunity to move up quite a bit in the table, players shit the bed. They can't handle the pressure of big matches. Yes, Manchester United are not handling pressure, unfortunately, is all too frequent, isn't it? All too frequent indeed. Appreciate everyone for tuning in. As I mentioned, I'll be live on the full-time view. No shirt today, courtesy of Oxford Natural, because we've got to win a game to give away a shirt, so that's not happening. A reminder, check out Fail Forward. Links in the video description. It's also pinned in the chat. You can scan the QR code beneath me too, and you can save 20% off your next purchase using the code UnitedViewFF for Fail Forward. Fan views. Oh, bloody out. Fan views will be coming out from Flex and others outside Old Trafford, as well as player ratings. So stay tuned for all of that, because plenty more is coming. How many things are coming? How many goals are coming for Bournemouth today? 3-0 loss. Oh, God, I'm out of here. Peace.